Testing. Good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, November 18th, and I'll go ahead and call the Board of Supervisors meeting to order. If you're in the chambers and require the Spanish and Vietnamese translation devices are available at the back of chambers. The clerk can assist you with the setup. Translation is also available on Zoom using the interpretation button. Additionally, as a gentle reminder for the public commenters, staff, and those of us on the dais, please speak clearly and at the measured pace directly into the microphone to ensure accurate translation. Rhonda, would you mind please do our roll call this morning?
Absolutely. Supervisor Abikoga? Here. Supervisor Yoon?
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
I'm here.
Vice President Aranis?
Here.
President Lee?
Good morning, President.
And you have a quorum.
Great. Supervisor Ellenberg, may I ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly. Please stand if you are willing and able to do so. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Now moving to our invocation. Today we have invocation by Rinban Gerald Sakamoto of San Jose Buddhist Church, Betsuan, and Supervisor Young. Please introduce our invocator, please.
Yes, thank you so much. It's such a treat and a privilege to have Rinban Gerald Sakamoto here today with us. Rinban Gerald Sakamoto has dedicated 4 decades to the San Jose Buddhist Church, Betsuan, and the San Jose Japantown community. At the end of this year, Rinban Sakamoto is set to retire as the head minister, and his legacy of compassion and connection will be remembered with profound gratitude, having shepherded 4 decades and multiple generations of Japanese Americans, Japantown residents, and members of the church through their own spiritual path. Thanks to his leadership, beloved traditions like the Obon Festival and Nikkei Matsuri have continued to grow, strengthen culture and traditions. From bridging generations through youth outreach to making Buddhist teachings accessible to all, he has nurtured the minds of so many in our community. His thoughtful messages and inclusive approach have truly left a lasting impact on the temple and in all of us. And I fully acknowledge that Rinban just said to me before we started our proceedings that this may be his last time appearing before this Board of Supervisors, as he and his wife will be relocating after at the end of the year. But you know that San Jose will always be home to you, Rinban. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Margaret Abikoga, for a few words, as I know she has a strong, deep connection with the church.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Young, and welcome, Reverend Sakamoto. I just wanted to say thank you for your many decades of leadership and service to our community. Our Japantown in San Jose is one of 3 remaining Japantowns in the country, as most folks know, and it's because of the perseverance and the dedication of so many incredible leaders, including yourself, for being able to preserve this historic monument location and a real place of I would say home for so many of us, especially in the Japanese American community, and to preserve our history here and to be able to pass it down to the next generations is so important. Our Japanese American community has a rich history, an important history that the story needs to be continued to be told. And I just want to thank you for you and your wife Kathy for both of your incredible leadership in leading our community. Thank you for your service, and we will miss you, but I know you'll always be a part of our community and in our hearts, and hope to also keep in touch with you. But again, just want to say domo arigatou gozaimasu.
Rinban, we turn it over to you to deliver the invocation. Thank you.
Thank you. It is truly an honor for me to be here. And as was mentioned, this would probably be the last time that I stand before you in this capacity. Over the years, I had many opportunities to do this, and each time I'm meeting new people, sharing in the importance of the community and the work that we do here. This community is wonderfully diverse, but that diversity can add to the complexities of the difficulties that we may be faced with, and the challenges of trying to resolve those difficulties. Shakyamuni Buddha, who lived 2,500 years ago, his students facing a particularly difficult time, Shakyamuni Buddha reminded them, and he instructed them to repeat this to themselves as they confronted these difficulties. And these words are found in the Metta Sutta. It's something that we hear often, but in this Metta Sutta, Shakyamuni Buddha instructs his students to repeat. May all beings be happy. May they be joyous and live in safety. All beings, whether near or far, great or small, Republican or Democrat, may all beings be happy. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. どうもありがとうございます。Thank you. Okay, moving on. We don't have item 4 or 5, so we move straight to item number 6 today, which is the public comments. This item is reserved for members of the public to address the board on any items not on today's agenda, and public who wish to speak on those not on the agenda should request to speak at this time. Please fill out a speaker card and return it to the clerk. We will call up to 30 names now, then the remainder names will then be called at the end of the agenda. In-person speakers will be called first, followed by Zoom speakers. No further requests to speak will be accepted under the continued public comment. Reminder for the public on Zoom, and as soon as the first speaker in the chamber starts speaking, there will be no more speakers added to the list. During public comment, to respect everyone's comment, we do not allow applause or boos. So in order to show your support, you can raise and shake your hands quietly, and I thank you for your cooperation to keep our meeting moving orderly. And Rhonda, how many speakers do we have today?
I currently have 7 speakers in chambers and 9 speakers on Zoom for a total of 16.
All right, so let's do 1 minute each and close the queue, and when the first speaker begins speaking, chambers, go ahead.
All right, we're closing the queue at 7 speakers in chambers, and there are now 10 on Zoom.
Okay, 17.
All right, we'll go ahead and call forward our public speakers in chambers. Our first and you may speak in any order. We have Emma, Jan, Sean, Kate, Oscar, Jack, and Rushir. Please come forward. And just state your name before you begin speaking. There's a speaker built into the platform.
I understand. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Kate Schroeder. I'm here to ensure that Measure A funds go directly and solely to health care for our community, especially the most marginalized. When all of you asked for your community to stand up and support Measure A, you got our time, our talent, our votes, and our good name. And because we believed in you and we believed in this measure. And now DA Rosen wants to siphon some of that money off for other causes. No. We do not want that money to be spent on anything but health care for our most marginalized. Please do not squander this money and do not squander my trust in all of you by spending this on anything but health care for the people who are most vulnerable in our communities. Thank you.
Good morning. recently, there's been a couple of meetings regarding rural zoning amendments, and Charu Aluwalia, senior planner, in the interview with the Los Gatos News, stated she wanted to remove the term local serving from agricultural land because it is too subjective. Yet every single thing I personally want to add or remove or change or alter on my property is completely subjective, according to the discretion of the planners. I have to show them what I want to do, and they approve me based on subjective means, not objective means. This is proven by the fact that if my request was objective, I wouldn't need to consult with them at all because of the rules laid out in the permissive code. Basically, if it's not in the code, I can't do it, thus dictating my land through objective means. The county already holds an objective means from preventing me from building barns or horse stables. If push comes to shove, some crazy person might just start a class action lawsuit on the basis of Santa Clara County violating Fifth Amendment's taking clause.
I'm sorry, sir, were you Oscar?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Ruchir. I am IHSS provider caring for my child who is fully dependent on us for every single part of the daily life. For families like mine, IHSS is not just a program. It is our stability, our hope, and our ability to give our loved ones the dignity they deserve. When wages are cut or don't keep up with this rising cost of living, it doesn't just affect the numbers on a budget sheet. It affects the real people. It affects the quality of the care children like mine receive. The Bay Area is one of the most expensive places to live. Many of us are barely holding on. We sacrifice sleep, personal time, and opportunities because caring for someone who cannot care for themselves is the full-time responsibility. We do it with love, but love cannot cover rent, groceries, medical needs. Your decision today doesn't just change wages, it writes the future of our families and the future of those who rely on us for every breath, every meal, and every moment. Thank you for hearing us.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jack McGovern. I'm the Political Director with the South Bay Labor Council, and I'm speaking here on behalf of the Labor Council to strongly support SEIU 2015 home care workers in their fight for a fair contract. SEIU 2015 members provide essential care that keeps thousands of Santa Clara County residents safe, healthy, and able to live with dignity. They are the backbone of our community safety net. Yet to many of these workers, many who are women, seniors, and immigrants, are struggling to afford basic necessities from housing to health care. We are calling on the county administration to bargain in good faith and ensure that home care workers receive livable wages and affordable health care. When workers can afford to live in the communities they serve, the quality and continuity of care improves for everyone. Please support SEIU 2015 and ensure that Santa Clara County lives up to its values of fairness, dignity, and respect. Thank you. Got it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Our final three speakers were Emma, Jan, and Sean for in chambers.
Shame on all of you. What happened Saturday was a sweep. They were an encampment. They will continue to be an encampment. They are a family. Shame on the county for sweeping those people. You have lost your moral high ground. You always said piously, the county doesn't sweep. You do now. At a minimum, we know federal cuts are going to hit our county hard, and 1,000 new families will become unhoused. We demand the county create a shelter or several shelters dedicated to seniors, not just families. We also demand that you call for an emergency housing and homelessness declaration. That is what it's going to take. You need to be proactive, not reactive. We also ask that you go back to being a sane and humane county. What you did Saturday is reprehensible. You should all feel ashamed of yourself for sweeping a pregnant woman, disabled people, and seniors who are right next to the health clinic that they get their health care from.
Thank you. We'll go to our online speakers. Our first speaker is Rebecca Armendariz. We've asked you to unmute.
Good morning, President and Supervisors. Rebecca Armendariz from Gilroy. I'm calling in regards to the sweep that happened on Saturday in Gilroy, right next to the Valley Health Clinic. We were left without a plan, without a place for folks to go who were desperate the day before a storm and the day after a storm. And we really need, like what Sean said, we really need a plan. We really need to put in place a declaration or whatever it would take to make sure that we can provide the services where cities like Gilroy in the past have not been participatory. They are now. And so we hope that we could join together our resources, our creativity, and our hearts to make sure that folks like those who are most vulnerable and exposed can get some humane treatment in a timely fashion, and that the county can help remove some of the barriers to.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Hedges. Catherine, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Hedges. I'm a member of Surge Santa Clara, and I was absolutely appalled to hear about the Gilroy sweep. We're having an atmospheric storm, and so for whatever reason, the county decides that a pregnant woman, elderly and disabled people have to be swept from a lot near the health center where they get their care. There are no plans where they can go. We don't even have shelters for elderly and disabled people. They don't fit the county's stereotype of violent substance abusers. And we need to treat people humanely. This is ridiculous. The county needs to be ashamed. The county also would need to be ashamed if they spent Measure A funds on law enforcement and sweeps and stuff instead of hospitals and maybe related things like IHSS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Murphy-Wilkins.
Hi, I led canvases in Los Gatos and San Jose and was also an SCCDP neighborhood captain for Prop 50 and Measure A, talking with many voters. They weren't aware of Measure A, but they were willing to support it, to vote for it, to solve the emergency funding crisis that HR 1 is causing for our county. Many were concerned that could they really trust the county to use the money to solve our healthcare crisis, but they did vote for it. As you saw, it was an overwhelmingly supported measure. But so please, we need you to reward the voters' trust, the volunteers who all stepped up to support, make sure this measure passed, make sure this funds are allocated to healthcare. We've lost $1 billion per year in our county when HR 1 gets implemented, and we need to use this funding to solve the healthcare crisis we'll all experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 648.
Hi, my name is Annette Dow, and I want to say thank you to the board and the County Executive's Office for the work you do to keep our county's residents safe and whole from Trump's assault on working and low-income people, although that Saturday sweep kind of is a little bit of a variation to that. I'm speaking today to urge and support the board to use every penny raised by the recently passed Measure A to fill the gaping hole created by HR 1. As a volunteer who canvassed for weeks for Measure A, there was absolutely no confusion in my mind about where the damage from HR 1 would land and why we were asking voters to pass Measure A. I disagree with DA Rosen and Attorney Zarzana that the voters were somehow misled about the measure's purpose. What part of Save Our Local Hospitals don't they get? Indeed, the only bait and switch will be if Measure A funds are not fully used to backfill the horrendous cuts perpetrated by the Trump administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeanette. We've asked you to unmute.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Holsworth. I live in District 4 and I'm a co-chair of the Housing Working Group of Silicon Valley Democratic Socialists of America and a member of Surge. There are very few of us hearing my words who have housing stability. Where are the folks supposed to go? The county, I recognize, faces dire stakes, not the least of which we did what we could with Measure A and I know you're continuing to work on that, but housing is closely woven with this. We are in a crisis, and I ask that the county declare housing and homelessness emergency. Welcome into the conversation those of us who are out on the ground with folks in need, those of us who have recommendations based on lived experience. Without permanent affordable housing offered as a first response, homelessness cannot even begin to be addressed, which is why we include this request for a housing emergency. I ask that you match your stated goals with your actions. Please refrain from doing future sweeps. Please decry that action and help us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Parent.
Yes, hello, good morning. I wanted to urge the board to not give DA Rosen any Measure A money. And that's because I don't believe he can be trusted with this money. And if you remember that several years ago, he had altered the timesheets. And in my case, he's helping sex traffic my children, and he's allowing somebody to assault me. If he had this money, there would be no more whistleblowers. James Sibley is no longer in the DA's office, and he's retaliating against Daniel Chung for trying to help my children. So I don't believe that he should have any money for Measure A. It should go all towards healthcare. If you want to see any information about this, please Google DA Jeff Rosen petition sex trafficking, and you'll see all the information.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shalini Venkatesh. Shalini, we've asked you to unmute. There you go.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. My name is Shalini Venkatesh. I'm speaking in support of item number 56, which is on your consent calendar. I've lived in the city of Santa Clara since 1992 at a location less than a mile from the site of the proposed Santa Clara family community. I heard about the possibility of interim housing at that site in early 2023. And I've been an enthusiastic supporter and advocate for it as plans have evolved and gradually consolidated over time. I was delighted when the Board of Supervisors first voted unanimously to be a co-applicant with Life Moves for home key funding. And I want to thank you for your continuing support today so that this project can move forward to provide sorely needed supportive living spaces for families. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Siegler.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Siegler. I'm a member of Surge Santa Clara County, and I'm a resident in District 2. I have always been a fan of the county when you guys say, like when, say, San Jose does a sweep and the county says, oh, the county doesn't do sweeps, because we know that it is actually counterproductive and it doesn't do anybody any good, and it's a big waste of money. And I have always applauded that. And so I was very disappointed to find out that you guys did the sweep on Saturday. You know, there was a pregnant woman, there were disabled folks, there were a lot of seniors with no place to go. I request that you stop doing sweeps. And then, you know, declare a housing emergency and homelessness emergency, and, you know, just do the right things. Keep the moral high ground, please. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is A. Davidson.
Hello, my name is Alir Davidson. I'm a lifetime horse owner, California certified large animal rescue technician attached to the Spring Valley Volunteer Department. We work with Santa Clara County.
Oh, excuse me, to the speaker. I think you might be wanting to talk about item number 9, which is regarding the changes of the draft rural zoning amendment. So if that's the issue you're talking about, we'll just wait, and it'll be your turn in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Elizabeth Agramat Justino. Elizabeth, go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Elizabeth, and I live in County District 2, and I'm speaking to urge you to keep Measure A fundings for solely hospitals and healthcare-related purposes and not to divert them to public safety. All along my time that I spent volunteering and door knocking, for Measure A, it was specifically so that we could raise money for our healthcare system because we're facing a $1 billion yearly deficit. Additionally, I would like to say that I also concur with the previous commenters to not conduct any sweeps. And I feel like I've heard that the county has worked with the cities to do sweeps before, so I'm not too surprised about this, but we should really practice not sweeping folks out of places that they're staying without having somewhere for people to go, because that's the only humane way to really work with people and give them time and not to do something that's rushed, but to treat them with dignity and to provide them with a safe shelter. So I really urge you to continue that practice because otherwise we're just going to exasperate people's already fragile health and create more problems where people are rushed into the ER.
And Supervisor, that does conclude the speakers who had their hands raised before we close the queue.
Okay, thank you very much. So finishing this item, we're moving to the next, which is approval of the consent calendar and changes to the Board of Supervisors agenda. Go ahead, Rhonda.
All right, there is a request from Supervisor Young to delete item number 5A. Item number 5A is to present the commendation for in-home supportive services caregiver. There is also a request to delete the corresponding item 73E, which adopts the commendation. There's a request from Vice President Arenas to hold item number 16 to December 9th, 2025. Item 16 is to receive a report relating to updates regarding child welfare reform efforts. There's a request from Supervisor Abikoga to add item number 17 to the consent calendar. Item number 17 is to receive a report relating to the development of the hub and housing. There's a request from Supervisor Young to remove items number 28 and 29 from the consent calendar to be considered concurrently. Item number 28 is to approve the Eighth Amendment to the Interagency Agreement with In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority relating to notifying the California Department of Social Services of changes to the Public Authority hourly rate effective January 1st, 2026. Item 29 is to approve the Eighth Amendment to the Interagency Agreement with the County of Santa Clara relating to notifying the California Department of Social Services of changes to the Public Authority hourly rate effective January 1st, 2026. And this concludes our consent calendar update.
Thank you, Rhonda. Just looking at my colleagues, see any further changes? See the lights going on. Supervisor Ellenberg first.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment on item 50. This is a contract extension related to payments for guaranteed income programs. I want to thank administration and highlight this work as an example of some of the innovative solutions the county is already employing. I will move approval of the consent calendar and add direction to request quarterly updates at FGOC beginning in the new year to receive progress updates and identify opportunities to expand programs and secure ongoing funding.
Yes, Supervisor Young.
Thank you. I would, if it's amenable, I would like to add, not add item 17 back to discussion if the desire of the board is to put it on consent. It's a great report. However, it is a status report on the hub. We just broke ground, and I'd like to have this item come back for regular updates to the CSFC committee.
Which item? Sorry.
17.
17. Okay.
And then I also have some comments for items 33, 41, 57, 61, 62, not removing it from consent. I just want to emphasize the importance of the county's contracts and the funding that supports them. Like many of my colleagues, I believe it's essential that the public is aware of how public resources are used. In this case, we have a number of contracts with high dollar commitments. While the items I've highlighted reflect standard procedures and practices that are critical and core to county operations, they still require and deserve public notice and awareness to ensure transparency and accountability. Today's board's actions ensures that county operations continue, and I want to emphasize to our public that these decisions are not made lightly. Thank you.
President Lee?
Yes.
Just querying whether there's a second for the motion.
I'll be a second.
Okay, we got a motion to approve the current consent calendar with all the changes in addition to having item 17 being moved to consent, correct? And we have a second as well?
Being moved to consent and further direction.
Yeah, including further directions as well.
For the direction to have regular updates at CSFC.
Correct. All right, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you. I'd like to remove item 36 from the agenda for discussion, and this is consider recommendations relating to the psychiatric emergency response team, which is called PERT.
Okay. To the motion, seconds, okay? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Let's go and hear from the public on these changes and items. Go ahead, Rhonda. How many speakers do we have regarding consent?
I currently have 3 speakers in Zoom. I have no speaker cards for this item in chambers.
Okay, let's go ahead. Only 3?
Yep.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes each. And for the speakers, I just want to ask if you could please identify the item number that you're speaking on regarding the consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Alyssa Gurman. Alyssa, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Elisa Gurman. I'm the founder and director of Santa Clara Housing Advocates, a group of residents that organized to support item number 56 on the consent calendar, the Santa Clara Family Community Interim Housing Project. We thank you for your continued support of this project, which will provide housing and services to families in our community. Your previous unanimous vote on this item sent a clear message of your priorities, and your unanimous consent today will reinforce the value of this project. This is especially important in the lead up to a final vote from Santa Clara City Council in the coming months. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Debbie Daly. Debbie, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, my name is Debbie Daly, and I've actually been trying to join the discussion in your previous section. I don't know if I'm able to do that, but I'm a Santa Clara County resident, and I voted yes on Measure A, and I just want my voice to be added to all of the previous people who zoomed in or spoke on behalf of Measure A funding. I'm just begging you to please allocate those funds to our healthcare system. It's already being decimated by the actions of the current administration, and voters were not misled by the
Yeah, to the speaker, this is regarding the consent item. Sorry, your area to speak, which is not on the agenda, should have been earlier, so I'm sorry to have to cut you off, but yeah, thank you for your note. And next speaker, please.
And our final speaker on this item is Parent. Parent, we've asked you to unmute.
Yes, I'd like to speak to item number 16, which is regarding the child welfare reform. I don't believe that that anything's been done. I mean, I've been begging and begging for my children to receive a screening. They've never received a screening. They're being sexually molested. And, you know, my son, he said that my ex-wife was letting somebody rape him. There was unnecessary bathing with the children. There was sexual contact between 2 of the children. There's severe personality changes within the children. and I can't even get a screening, and it's just terrible what DFCS and the district attorney are doing to my children. They didn't do anything to deserve this. And I mean, everybody knows in this room, everybody on the Board of Supervisors knows that my children deserve a screening. I mean, and it's like a sick practical joke that the county is doing onto my children. I don't know what else to do. I mean, I've been coming to meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, and all I hear is talk and talk and talk about how we protect children, and I hear all these disclaimers about how the county takes these things seriously and they can't comment on investigations, but there is no investigation. And I ask you guys to intervene, to talk to DFCS, and see if you can get my children a referral to the Child Advocacy Center so they can get a screening, and no person, a conflict of interest should not preclude my children from getting a screening just because two people want the sexual abuse to continue. I mean, that shouldn't preclude my kids from getting a screening. Please help my kids. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes the public speakers, for those that had their hands raised before we close the queue.
Thank you, Rhonda. I just make a brief comment that California law prohibits the disclosure of information related to an investigation of suspected child abuse and neglect. As a result, we are not authorized by law to speak to the specifics of any particular case or the results of an investigation, that case publicly. The law also requires child welfare departments to immediately cross-report these to the law enforcement. The public can be assured that our county takes all allegations of child abuse and neglect seriously, and we take appropriate actions. Right, thank you. That being said, let's see. Before the vote, I do have one brief comment on item number 74, which is on consent. The Silicon Valley Clean Energy has been working with the member agencies, including our county, to expand the decarbonization of local buildings and prepare for upcoming air district rules that would limit sale of gas appliances. As of October 1st deadline established by AB 130 approached, we've met with our planning staff and understood that the capacity to develop this new REACH codes was a concern at the county level. However, many cities in our county, including Campbell, Los Altos Hills, Los Gatos, Monte Sereno, Mountain View, Saratoga, and Sunnyvale have already adopted or are still actively working with SVCE on these proposed REACH codes. Our office have also heard a lot of interest in the REACH codes for the county, so I just wanted to assure the public that we will continue to evaluate the impact and options following the passage of AB 130 provisions, and will continue to do so with the adoption of these amendments. I would also like to highlight that back in December 21, the board already adopted the all-electric building REACH codes, and our county is certainly working on enforcing these provisions and assisting many in these transition efforts to make our county greener. And thank you again, and that's all we have on consent. We have a motion, we have a second. Rhonda, would you please take the vote?
Thank you. On motion of Supervisor Ellenberg, seconded by Vice President Arenas. Supervisor Abikuga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, passed unanimously. So then we move over to item number 8, which is a public hearing on the real property located at 3001 El Camino Real in Palo Alto. Good morning. I see KJ Kaminsky is here from OSH. Good morning.
Good morning, President Lee, members of the board. KJ Kaminsky, Director for the Office of Supportive Housing. Joining me this morning is Natalie Monk, our Housing and Community Development Manager, who will provide a brief verbal summary of this item.
Thank you, KJ. Item number 8 is related to the El Camino Real multifamily apartment development located at 3001 El Camino Real in Palo Alto. This 130-unit project is being developed by Charities Housing and includes 32 rapid rehousing units. Charities has secured all financing, and $10.5 million of the county's $16 million commitment will be used to acquire the site, which will then be ground leased back to the project sponsors. If approved today, we would close on the construction financing in January, and construction would start shortly thereafter. This is one of 63 approved affordable and supportive housing developments that the county has funded with the 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond, which will have housed over 20,000 people when all projects are complete. That concludes our report. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Let's see, I don't see any questions on board. We could probably deal with the questions later. Let's hear from the public first. Let me go ahead and open up the public hearing. Okay, Rhonda, how many members of the public would like to speak on this item?
I currently have no public speakers, either in chambers or on Zoom.
All right. Okay, if that's the case, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Now that the public hearing is closed, do we have any questions and comments from the board? Yes, Supervisor Abekoga.
Thank you, President Lee, and thank you so much to staff for bringing this forward. I very much appreciate the continued use of our Measure A 2016 bond funds, and this project being in District 5 in the city of Palo Alto is very important in that as we've seen, unfortunately, the growing unhoused population in our cities, including in Palo Alto, my hope is that these projects like these will help to address the concern there and the need for more affordable housing. And so I just wanted to also make sure that let the public know that, again, this is Measure A affordable housing funds, and these funds are dedicated to affordable housing projects. So any concern that there are other funds or general funds should be assuaged by that. And so with that, if there are no other lights, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to approve this item. Thank you.
Second.
All right, move and second.
Arenas.
Yes. All right, move and seconded. And if there's no further comments, let's go take the vote.
Supervisor, a motion of Supervisor Abekoga, seconded by Vice President Arenas. Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving to item number 9. It's a referral actually from Supervisor Arenas regarding the rural zoning amendments. And Vice President Arenas, I'll defer to you to speak on this.
Wonderful. I'd love to first hear from our community that's made a trek
Okay,
to
all right, we
our,
could hear the public first, that's
to our
fine.
city. Yes.
All right, good.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and submit the cards regarding the item number 9. And for the Zoom speaker, this is a time to talk about the issue, which is the rural zoning ordinance amendments. Okay, go ahead, Rhonda. How many speakers do we have?
I currently have 19 in chambers and 22 on Zoom. Last chance to raise your hands on Zoom. All right, that's still raising. We'll give it another couple seconds. All right, last chance. All right, I'm closing the queue at 19 speakers in chambers and 25 speakers on Zoom. I'm going to call several people at a time. You may speak in any
Let's
order.
do 1 minute each, yeah, thank you.
1 minute each?
Yes.
All right. Paul Kermoyan, Vicky Kermoyan, Michaela Bigliarelli, Hallie Bigliardi, and Rachel Parrick. And I apologize if I've mutilated your names.
Thank you, board and staff. So my name is Paul Kermoyan. I am one of the owners of P&B Winery. And I really want to thank Supervisor Arenas for your leadership and attending all the numerous meetings that we've been at to help us farmers and winemakers and horse people and et cetera kind of work more with staff and just do this reset. Take a step back. let's do a reset, and let's get people together. I love your ideas, Supervisor, on the task force or advisory committee. I think that's really important to assemble people that know the profession, if you will, and what we work with on our challenges. So we support what you're doing, and we hope the board does as well. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, almost afternoon. I'm Vicki Kermoyan. I'm the other half of P&V Winery. My husband is the winemaker and I'm quality control. So I have the fun job. I do the marketing, bookkeeping. But we just want to tell you a little bit about us. We're a small winery farm. We're a little under 2.5 acres in Coyote Valley. We grow grapes on our property, we make wine on our property, and some of our vines are even 50 years old or older. We are so thrilled to have a supervisor that's listening to us. And the fact that her staff and she were attending every meeting. And she wasn't afraid to say, hey, let's start this over again. Let's listen. You're the ones that are doing this, so you know best what your business needs are. So we really appreciate that. We love the idea of workshops. I think that we've all learned a lot about each other's businesses because we're a winery. We now know about growing, plants and flowers as well. So thank you.
I say we focus on fixing internal inefficiencies within a county that is supposed to serve the community before we go making more problems by eroding liberties and erasing freedoms that will be felt by generations to come. We should focus on streamlining the permitting process, as Supervisor Arenas mentions. In fact, Sylvia Arenas' whole referral seems to call for a level-headed approach, and she seems to actually understand the importance of preserving local serving. She also seems to understand that you cannot hold the equine community's legally mandated rights of horses and livestock hostage simply to coerce all the other agricultural landowners to accept shady rezoning. Now we need her colleagues and the Board of Supervisors to understand and support that as well. Thank you.
Good morning. I am here to advocate for livestock subcategory horses. Horses are livestock. They are 1,000-pound animals that do not fit in our home. If removed from agricultural land, where are they supposed to go? They belong with the land and in the community. Boarding facilities allow the community to access horses. They give me ability to access horses. They give children the ability to learn confidence, responsibility, perseverance, resilience, and how to care for another living being, a living being without a voice. Stopping current rural zoning amendments and going back to the community gives us a voice. We want to work with you, we want to be a part of the future, and we want to persevere agriculture in the future of our community. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Michaela.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Hallie Biliardi. I'm a certified equine guided educator and coach. Anxiety and depression are on the rise. Screen time addiction and overexposure to technology are hijacking the health of our community. Horses can help us heal. Spending time in nature around horses is the quickest, most direct route back to a coherent nervous system, to a sense of calm, and to regaining our resilience. The health benefits of horse activities and equine therapy cannot be overstated. Horse-related methods prove results where other methods fail. Over the past 30 years, access to horses in Santa Clara County has declined sharply. Horse keeping is increasingly difficult and costly, and many stables have closed due to the existing code restrictions. The proposed draft will make it even worse. Please protect existing horse facilities. Please make legally keeping horses easier and more affordable. Write amendments that encourage and increase accessibility to horses and horse programs.
Thank you.
If I can go ahead and call forward the next several people, Katja Wick, Dana DeFreitas, Matthew Mahood, Sal Actor, John McCann, Aaron Fye, and you can speak in any order. Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Rachel Parak, and I'm the Public Relations Director for the Santa Clara County Horsemen's Association, founded in 1939. I want to thank the supervisors for listening with us today, and I definitely want to thank Supervisor Arenas for resetting, hopefully, the RZA draft. Again, 1939, horses were important. In 2025, horses are important, as cited by the other commenters. Families and the whole community count on this. We don't want it to be relegated to history. We believe that it's part of our living community now, and we look to celebrate the equine and agricultural community with the world when they come here in next year. So thank you for being a part of this, and we look forward to teaming together. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Katja Wick. I would like to speak to the importance of making the permitting process attainable for horse businesses. My family has been riding at the stables in the Los Gatos Mountains for many years. There were about 70 horses until a few years ago. Now the place is down to about 15, and the owners, who are a government agency themselves with deep pockets, mid-pen, have been trying for years without success to get permits to be able to modernize the place and bring it back to its old glory. Too many equestrian places have been shutting down in Santa Clara County, but horses have always been a part of this valley. I have several older neighbors who grew up in San Jose telling me that when they were kids, they would ride their horses across the valley to visit their grandparents or even go to school. I totally understand that that's not an option anymore, but it would be so important for our kids today living in a dense urban environment to be taken on a short drive out to Almaden Valley or Los Gatos to be able to experience horses and not having to go all the way up to Watsonville or Woodside or even further. Thank you.
Good morning, President Lee, supervisors. Dana DeFreitas Horsemanship. 8 years ago, my husband and I purchased a rundown 9.5-acre junkyard in Gilroy. We poured our entire life savings into cleaning up the property and building out our facility, also I could fulfill a lifelong dream of running my own equine-based business. Last year, I was so confident in my business that I quit my day job teaching leadership and development skills at Google to run my business full-time. I now get the privilege of training horses for local equine nonprofits, helping equestrians fulfill their dreams, and leading equine-assisted team buildings. My program not only allows people to establish strong partnerships with their horses, it also encourages them to build healthier relationships with the people in their lives. The rural zoning amendments as proposed would put me out of business, as the majority of my client base would be driven out of the county, and I am not the only one. Please support item 9. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Aaron Gill. The last time I was here was in 2016 through 2018, working on the Santa Clara County Agricultural Preservation Program that was adopted in 2018. We discussed quite a bit about what would be helpful for the agricultural community, and I'd like to bring that back up to the board and also say thank you to Supervisor Arenas for listening to our concerns and helping us through this rezoning application. So I would go ahead and offer that it's best to go ahead and table this until we can get more responses from the community, as well as review what was done in 2018. I also represent the Santa Clara County Farm Bureau, and I'm a second-generation grower. Thank you.
Good morning, President Lee, supervisors, county staff. My name is Matt Mayhood. I'm the Economic Development Director for the City of Morgan Hill. The City of Morgan Hill strongly supports Supervisor Arenas' referral. We appreciate her thoughtful, community-driven approach and believe this direction is essential to the long-term success of South County's agricultural and tourism economy. Tourism is an economic driver for the City of Morgan Hill and an important contributor to county revenues. Our wineries, farms, and equestrian assets and recreational areas are regional destinations. To keep these businesses sustainable, they need flexibility to host events, entertainment, lodging, and an appropriate place branding signage. These activities generate sales tax and TOT tax that benefit both the city and the county. We encourage the county to partner with us in expanding and supporting these assets. A regulatory framework that helps agricultural venues stay viable and looking to expand sports and recreational assets will strengthen the entire South County economy. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for hearing me. My name is John McKay, former council member and planning commissioner in the city of Morgan Hill. I've been helping to promote the South County agriculture, and I understand the heavy lift that it took to get this ordinance updated and brought to our public. I want to thank Supervisor Arenas for really highlighting it, bringing it forward so many of us could start to come out and discuss what's going on. I want to thank the rest of the supervisors who have also been visiting our South County, which is so often forgotten. I want to focus, I do support the referral, but I want to focus on two things. The first thing is there's much discussion around grandfathering and amnesty. And grandfather and amnesty of those existing conditions on farms, which quite frankly, for many is a retirement plan. It's their legacy, and that's, so not knowing what their farm would be worth, their property worth in the end, we really need to look into planning the long-term meaning. Thank you.
I'd like to go ahead and call the other remaining speakers in chambers forward. Joe Ranieri, Zane Yama, Lori Hobelman, Stephanie Rocha, Julie Morris, Anna Regalado, and Matt Robin. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Sal Akhter, and I am a resident of the South County. I'm requesting an approval of this referral by Supervisor Arenas. I support the preservation of farmlands in our county in a manner that is both equitable and non-punitive to the property and business owners and their livelihoods. I appreciate the initiative and the effort that the planning staff has expended toward the goal, but I'm afraid the current process is inadequate and too narrowly scoped to fully address the diversity of circumstances presented. That's why we need a more comprehensive process, as suggested in this referral, to ensure that we create a policy that is well-balanced and produces desired outcomes, while minimizing unintended consequences. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Lori Holderman. I own Don Ridge Ranch, a small dairy goat breeding farm on just less than 2.5 acres in San Martin. Small farms do more than provide food. They enrich our communities, support local economies, and offer valuable learning opportunities. From my perspective as a small farmer, there are two key areas in the rural zoning draft that need attention. The current draft threatens farm stands and honor carts by requiring permits rather than by right. Farm stands are a special part of our community, and these small personal connections are an essential part of what makes South County unique. The draft also requires 24 acres to keep livestock and be considered a farm. This is unrealistic in our county, where land is scarce and extremely expensive. Goats do not require large acreage to remain healthy and productive, and zoning regulations should support sustainable farming practices rather than dictate exactly how farmers manage their animals. Supervisor Arenas' referral provides a practical solution to both concerns, restoring farm stands to by right and establishing a far more realistic threshold of 1 acre.
Actually, I just want to make sure all the speakers understand 1 minute is very short. If you have more comments you would like to include, you could turn in your paperwork. We'll add it to a record for today. Yes. Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Stephanie Rocha, and I own and operate a small polyculture farm in San Martin of 5¼ acres called the Nest Box, where we raise pastured hens for eggs and grow seasonal produce. I want to thank Supervisor Arenas for bringing forward this referral. When I learned about it, I felt genuine relief and hope. Our current zoning ordinance simply does not support small farms. Right now, almost every form of agritourism, even a simple farm tour or a small farm-to-table dinner, requires a costly use permit, major property upgrades, and layers of red tape. These barriers make it essentially impossible for small farms to diversify and stay viable. That's why the rural zoning amendments are so important. To keep South County rural, protect local food security, and maintain the agricultural landscape that benefits all of Santa Clara County, we must support the people who farm it. Supervisor Arenas' referral recognizes these concerns and outlines a better, more collaborative process that can rebuild trust. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors.
My name is Joe Ranieri. I'm the owner of Terramico Farms and founder of a project known as Vittoria Public Market and Food Hub here in Santa Clara County. I'm here to ask that you direct the Planning Commission to start over on the proposed rural zoning amendments because as written, they make it harder for small and mid-sized farms to survive. Small farms are not the problem. They're the foundation of a resilient food system. We are the people who care for the land, conserve open space, and provide real local food for our community. But to keep farming viable, we need zoning that helps us adapt and innovate. Not rules that make it harder to diversify. So today I respectfully ask this board to start fresh, to start working hand in hand with farmers and community leaders to create zoning that reflects the values we all share. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. My name is Zane Yahya, and as a South County resident and small business owner, I urge you to approve Supervisor Arenas' referral on item 9. The current draft zoning ordinance amendments are problematic because they do not sufficiently support the long-term success and economic viability of our local small farms, wineries, and agricultural businesses. To support these livelihoods, we must first approve the referral to mandate a widespread community process that truly incorporates stakeholder feedback and delivers an improved draft that prioritizes agricultural and small farm endeavors. We should also adopt a new code compliance policy that includes an amnesty program and a streamlined permitting process to reduce the significant costs and burdens currently faced by our agricultural businesses. Approving this referral is a critical first step toward ensuring a prosperous future for the county's agricultural economy. And I got 13 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. My name is Ana Regalado from the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. Because supporting agriculture is such an integral and important part of our mission and work at the authority, we sincerely appreciate efforts by staff and members of the Board of Supervisors to listen to and address public and stakeholder feedback and concerns about the current draft of rural zoning amendments. We also applaud Supervisor Arenas for bringing this referral. As we await the upcoming revisions to the proposed amendments, we would like to reiterate our support for policies that support the equine community and associated existing facilities, as they have played an important role in shaping the region's cultural and recreational spaces and advancing our shared goals of conservation, public access, and community connection. We are also supportive of agritourism, especially for small farms and farmers, that advances community connection to the land and local food systems through the authentic representation and sale of locally grown agricultural products. We're hopeful that as the amendments are refined, they can be supportive of these interests while also achieving the goals of protecting agriculture and farmers across Santa Clara Valley. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Julie Morris. I am the agricultural liaison for Santa Clara County, working with the UC Cooperative Extension to implement your Santa Clara Valley Agricultural Plan. This innovative and pioneering plan is a model of how communities can create strong food systems that support and celebrate local agriculture. Thank you, Supervisor Arenas, for bringing this process forward today. I strongly support the effort to revise the RZU updates to enable Santa Clara farms to thrive. This referral provides a pathway forward, one that includes robust community participation through an agricultural task force and comprehensive stakeholder engagement. I want to highlight that our small and urban farm teams at the UC Cooperative Extension have established trusted relationships throughout the farming community, and we are here to assist in forming and implementing a task force. I urge you to support this referral today for the future of Santa Clara County's agritourism, open space, and strong food systems. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Matt Robin. My wife, Emily, and I have run a 12-acre farm animal sanctuary about 15 minutes from here, so we're not even South County, though we love the area. I strongly encourage you to support Supervisor Arenas' amendment. We are currently in the process of trying to build a barn, and it seems that nobody in permitting or the fire marshal's office have the same concept of what has to happen. On 12 acres, we're being told 10,000 square feet is the maximum amount we can build. Meanwhile, a neighbor with 1 acre can have the same number of buildings or size of buildings as we do. I just encourage common sense, listening to neighbors, and truly allowing the rural nature of Santa Clara County to remain and flourish. We love sharing what we do. We just need help, so thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our Zoom speakers. Our first Zoom speaker is Christina Cortez. We've asked you to unmute.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Christina Cortez, the Executive Director at the Gilroy Chamber of Commerce. I urge you to accept Supervisor Arenas' referral. I look forward to continuing to work with the Board of Supervisors and Supervisor Arenas' office to gather more community feedback to ensure that our agricultural community in Gilroy can be successful. Gilroy is home to over 30 beautiful wineries, contributing to South County's agricultural tourism and wine economy. Gilroy is also home to an equine community and several golf courses that would be impacted by this ordinance. I would like to see the amnesty program further built out. Agriculture is an incredible asset to the county and our business community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yudesri.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes?
Hi, so my name is Udayashri, and I'm in favor of the board referral 126925 proposed by Supervisor Sylvia. I'm very thankful to her and her team for taking into consideration the voice of the broader Santa Clara County rural community. In particular, I support the community policy request number 3, which allows for and streamline the use of shipping containers as agricultural storage in the rural zoning amendments, while explicitly banning their use for housing. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker is A. Davidson.
Hello. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Alaire Davidson. I'm a lifetime horse owner, a California certified large animal rescue technician, and I'm attached to the Spring Valley Volunteer Fire Department. We work with Santa Clara County, San Benito County, and CAL FIRE to train their staff, and we also help write grants to obtain equipment and continued education. I would like to thank Supervisor Arenas' efforts in her motion of a referral. I'm grateful for her insight as to how important it is to work with the community to amend the current proposal for agricultural zoning to better reflect the realities and needs of farmers and owners of livestock. We continue to lose our boarding facilities within the county. As we lose these facilities and the number of horses decreases, the availability of the support services decreases, and it increases the cost not only for boarding horses, but providers, but also for the providers we need, such as vets, hay, feed suppliers, equipment, and farriers, and other goods and services.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frank Johnson.
Good morning. My name is Frank Johnson, the Executive Director for Visit Gilroy. The Santa Clara Valley is one of the few places where high-tech innovation, family wineries, farms, and stables thrive side by side. This unique blend is fundamental to our regional identity and economy. During the summer months alone, Visit Gilroy's calendar features up to 100 monthly events in the South County at wineries that include live music, vendor fairs, classes, and culinary experiences. The South Valley serves as a regional hub with easy access to Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Jose, a true gateway to the Silicon Valley. We strongly support the wineries of the Santa Clara Valley and the request to clarify proposed amendments and protect agricultural sales, tastings, and events. I urge the supervisors to vote in favor of Supervisors Arenas' referral, and we ask the revisions to be done in collaboration with the community. Thank you for your stewardship of a prosperous, livable, and enjoyable community for the residents and visitors alike.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Van Dyke.
Good morning, honorable board members. My name is Peter Van Dyke. I'm the president of Loma Prieta Resource Conservation District, the chair of the Valley Water Ag Advisory Water Committee, and a board member on the Land Trust of Santa Clara Valley. First of all, I want to commend Supervisor Arenas for her courage and commitment to her constituents in South County. We don't see that very often in politics, and leadership, and she's paramount in that regard. I strongly recommend that the board support her recommendations regarding the proposed zoning changes. South County is the last bastion of open space and agriculture in the county, and it's very important economically, socially, and culturally. That includes equestrian. It's a symbiotic relationship between all these different levels of agricultural business. And if you haven't seen a mentally handicapped kid running through a U-pick orchard with cherry juice all over his face, you would know what I'm talking about. I strongly recommend.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rekha Prodaturi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rekha Prodaturi. I'm an Executive Director of World Food Movement. We work with community colleges here in the county on a mission to No Student Hungry. I sincerely appreciate and very grateful to Supervisor Arenas and her team for introducing this referral, and I strongly urge the board to recognize and support this referral, and in particular, I would like to express my support for the community policy number 6, which asks the county to reconsider the 10,000 square foot building coverage limit for non-agricultural structures on the properties. We request that the county evaluate and propose a percentage-based alternative that scales appropriately with the size of the parcel. Again, I strongly recommend the board to support this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Engelhardt.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kim Engelhardt. I'm the owner of a local winery here in Santa Clara County and the president of the Wineries of Santa Clara Valley Association. As you may be aware, the wine industry is already facing major challenges, both globally and right here at home. But I can say that these past few months, since the release of the draft PIAR and the proposed RZA, have been the most stressful in my 15 years in this industry. The uncertainty surrounding the future of our businesses is overwhelming. What has been proposed by the planning department is neither reasonable nor collaborative. These proposals were developed without consultation from the people who will be most affected. The proposed constraints, along with the costly permitting and remediation processes they introduce, will put wineries on a path toward closure. They threaten both our individual businesses and the sustainability of local agriculture, and they appear to conflict with the goals set forth in the approval of the 2018 agricultural plan. I strongly urge the board to vote in favor of Supervisor Arenas' referral to direct the planning department to reset. We must ensure the new policies.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Veep Thisri.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah, I'm Veep Tishri. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County. So today I support the board referral 126925 by Supervisor Arenas. We really appreciate her work. So I specifically support the policy request number 4, which asks to keep the current permitting options until 2030, so that whoever are already building, they can continue doing that. And please allow the new permitting options to start as soon as the ordinance is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Padmini Didakavi.
Good morning. My name is Padmini. I'm in favor of the board referral 126925 proposed by Supervisor Sylvia Arenas, and very thankful to her and her team. In particular, I support the community policy request number 1, which says farm stands be preserved as by right, as well as any other legally established by right agricultural uses that are in compliance with the current zoning ordinance. I'm very thankful to the team for taking into consideration the voice of the broader Santa Clara rural community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Naga Santosh.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I strongly support my name is Naga Santosh. I strongly support the proposal by Supervisor Sylvia Arenas and appreciate her and her team for recognizing the concerns of the broader Santa Clara County rural community. In particular, I support community policy request 2B, excluding residential uses, including one primary home or farmhouse and any ADU or junior ADU from the 10,000 square foot building site coverage BSC limit on non-agricultural structures. This change is important for protecting the needs and flexibility of rural homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen McHenry.
Thank you. I'm president of the San Martin Neighborhood Association, a member of the Santa Clara County Horsemen's Association, a member of the San Martin Neighborhood Association, and co-owner of the Lone Oak Equestrian Center. I want to thank Supervisor Arenas for listening to the community and bringing this referral forward. You have not heard and are not likely to hear one person or organization in opposition to this referral. I have talked to many members of the community here in San Martin, and everyone is in favor of this referral. There are many flaws in the existing proposed rural zoning amendments, which result primarily from the lack of community feedback. Therefore, I stand with the others in advocating for the passage of this referral to hit reset on the process of amending this zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sampath Madagani.
Good morning, supervisors and board members. I'm Sampath Madagani, the resident of East San Jose from Evergreen area. I strongly support board referral 126925 proposed from Supervisor Arenas, and I really appreciate her and her team for listening to our rural community. I especially support policy request number 1, keeping farm stands and other existing agricultural uses allowed by right under the current zoning rule. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to hear our voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deepa Prashanth.
Hey, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, my name is Deepa and I'm a resident of Santa Clara County. I am very grateful to Supervisor Arenas and her team for bringing forward board referral and for listening to the concerns of our rural community. I strongly support community policy request number 3, allowing and streamlining the use of shipping containers for agricultural storage while clearly banning their use for housing. Shipping containers are essential for rural operations. They provide secure, weather-resistant, fire-safe storage for tools, feed, and equipment. They also help small agricultural operations stay organized and compliant, especially when we manage livestock, supplies, and farm infrastructure spread across the large acreages. They are cost-effective, durable, and reduce the need for building multiple small structures, which helps minimize grading and environmental impact. This update will support real agricultural needs.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Luna.
Sharon Luna from the San Martin Neighborhood Association Board, supporting item number 9. Thank you so much, Supervisor Arenas, for putting this referral through. Since 2018, the Planning Department has been working on the rural zoning amendments, only to come back with not knowing a federal and state definition that horses are considered livestock. It was a surprise to hear about local serving, that it is still active. San Martin residents were told it was no longer relevant. We are looking for transparency and communication, for it is key if you truly want to protect agricultural and agritourism in the county. What I'd like to suggest is that you also review not only previous task force, but also the San Martin Strategic Development Plan that was instituted by the Cal Poly students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Supraja Yasoda.
Hi, good morning. This is Supraja. I'm in favor of the board referral 126925 proposed by Supervisor Sylvia Arena, and very thankful to her and her team for taking into consideration the voice of the broader Santa Clara County rural community. In particular, I support the community policy number, and I would like to request exclude residential uses, one primary house or farmhouse and any ADU, JADU from 10,000 square feet building site coverage, limit on non-agricultural structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Todd and Carly.
Hi. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Carly, and along with my husband Todd, I run a 2.3 acre flower farm in rural Gilroy. We are so appreciative of Supervisor Arenas for coming up with this referral. It's a lot of work, and she really listened to our concerns. The current amendments as written would put our small flower farm out of business. And so we are so appreciative that Supervisor Arenas took the time to ask us those questions and get our feedback, and we highly, highly support it and ask that you support it today as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is VJ Dot.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk to the board.
Excuse me, VJ, we can hardly hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. We are very grateful for Sylvia, Supervisor Sylvia Arenas to bring this referral forward, and I'm fully supportive of it. I am the president of a nonprofit we have based in Santa Clara County Rural District, and represent a coalition of nonprofits that's been working closely with how do you use the rural infrastructure and rural settings for benefit of the mental health of children and communities. What I really urge to take this to pass this referral, and particularly in support of excluding residential users, which is a severe limitation in the county right now. The proposal to remove to exclude that from non-agricultural structures is highly recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zoe Davis.
Hey, my name is Zoe Davis. I run a small biodiverse farm in Gilroy, and we're very supportive of Sylvia Arenas's referral here. This reset is really great, and the leadership on this issue has really been phenomenal. As we reset and look to 2026 for V2 of the rural zoning amendments, I'd point out that several of the agritourism activities that were proposed to be allowed in this version are critical income streams for small farms, including farm-to-table dinners and items as small as giving farm tours. As it's the intention of the planning department to allow these uses, we encourage the planning department to determine how these activities can be allowed in the interim, since these revisions may take a while to be fully considered. Being able to have agritourism activities on our farms is existential and absolutely critical to the survival of many small local farms. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Krista Rupp.
Good morning, Supervisors. Krista Rupp, Executive Director of Visit Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill's tourism economy is closely linked to the small farms and wineries that surround and overlap our city. Over the past 5 years, we've significantly increased the area's visibility, and what consistently draws visitors to our area is our agricultural character, small, local, and community-centric. The draft provisions limit the tastings, events, and many other activities that keep these family-run businesses viable and resistant to economic headwinds. We support a policy that preserves farmland while allowing responsible agriculture and all of its benefits to flourish now and in the future. We encourage you to accept Supervisor Arena's referral, continue community engagement, and align the ordinance with the region's broader agritourism and economic development goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is KJ and RJM.
Hello, my name is Jean Scammer, and I'm a mother of 2 boys, and I live in Santa Clara County. I want my family to continue to visit, use, and learn from our local farms. It is such a valuable asset to my boys' education, and I respectfully urge you to listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Manny Mandel.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Manny Bandel. I'm the current chair of the Gilroy Planning Commission, board member of the Gilroy Chamber of Commerce, and a South County farmer. However, I'm here commenting on behalf of the Santa Clara County Farm Bureau. We strongly support Supervisor Arena's proposal for referral, which reflects the needs and priorities of our diverse rural community. This effort calls for a robust, inclusive community process that meaningfully incorporates the voice of ag, wineries, religious, equine, and other key stakeholder groups. It also emphasizes the importance of integrating community feedback to produce a significantly improved draft that totally supports long-term success and viability of the ag operation. Additionally, I want to thank Supervisor Arenas and her office for the hard work they've done over the last few months, taking in ag community feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Santana Dasa.
Hey, good morning. My name is Sanatan Das, and I'm sincerely grateful to Supervisor Arenas and her team for thoughtfully considering the voice of the broader Santa Clara County rural community. In particular, I strongly support Community Policy Request 6, revising the 10,000 square foot building site coverage, a limit on non-agricultural structures for properties with on-site agriculture, and adopting a percentage-based alternative proportional to parcel size. This amendment is not only reasonable, it is necessary. A proportional percentage-based standard will ensure fairness across diverse parcel sizes and supports active agriculture operations and promotes sustainable rural development. So this change creates a more equitable, practical, and agriculture-friendly policy framework, one that truly reflects the need of the rural residents. So I urge you to please accept the proposal by.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tatiana.
Greetings from San Martin. My name is Tatiana Malsheva, and I'd like to express deep concern over the proposed zoning ordinance amendments that threaten the viability of small farms in South County, including the Nestbox Farm in San Martin, where I run an enrichment program for children. As a mother of 2 boys, an educator and program manager, I witnessed firsthand the profound impact of small farms on our community, particularly through educational programs that foster child development. I urge you to reconsider these amendments and prioritize policies that protect these invaluable agricultural assets. And I would like to support Supervisor Arena's referral. Small farms like the Nestbox, regenerative farm, offering pasture-raised eggs, produce, and immersive farm experiences are critical to Santa Clara County's social foundation and economic vitality. At the Nestbox, my enrichment program for children aged 6 to 10.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barton Heckman.
Good morning, President Lee and Supervisors. Bart Heckman, Santa Clara County resident, speaking in support of Supervisor Arena's referral. Though I haven't had the opportunity to come before you recently, so some of you may not know me, over the last 30 years when county property owners have problems they're trying to solve with the county, more often than not, they come to me. This summer, before the draft ordinance was released for review, I submitted a comment letter on the draft EIR expressing concerns that the ordinance concepts described in the draft EIR could cripple rather than preserve agriculture in this county. Those concerns are realized in the current draft ordinance. The referral establishes a path that will hopefully fix those flaws in ordinance before it comes back to the full board. Thank you for your support of the referral.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Bernal.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Michelle Burnell. I am a church and building a school in San Martin currently, and in support of Supervisor Arenas' referral. And I would also like to mention that I am in support of number 4 and number 6 item, and would ask that you would consider her proposal. And thank you so much for all of your support, Supervisor Arenas. We wouldn't be able to do this without you, so thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our speakers that had their hands raised before we close the queue.
Thank you very much, Rhonda. I'll go ahead and close the public speaking portions of this item. Yes, Vice President Arenas, please.
Thank you, President Lee. First of all, I just want to thank everybody for coming all the way to San Jose to make sure that your voices are heard, and your voices were absolutely heard this morning. It's just been a pleasure to serve you so far. And unfortunately, in this way, right? Because we wanted to make sure we got it right for everyone. And that's the process that we're going to see today. Hopefully my referral goes through, and we will be getting this right for everybody. For all of you who care about and support and have a passion and have even a second job to do this passion around agriculture, whether you're a winery or selling flowers, or selling, you have a farm stand, or selling eggs and you know, a myriad of different wonderful vegetables that some of them I hadn't even heard of. And just, you know, just the real beauty of South County that I have just learned to really appreciate and is in my heart. And I don't think I had shared this with you all before, but you know, my kids were going through a change in our family, and horses really helped them out and helped me out. And I know that they heal, that they have just a magical power about them. And so I have horses in a special place in my heart as well. And so it brings me a lot of joy to be able to help others in the process, that I know that you'll be extending your service out to other folks. And so for that and for so many different reasons, I'm really happy to bring forward this referral. And this is, I heard a lot in the messaging about you being heard. And so I'm glad that we're getting it right this time. You know, we're going to make some small adjustments here and there. And through the process, we're going to continue to hear you, and we're going to continue to make those adjustments. And I know the planning department is also going to continue to make those adjustments. They already have, right? They said that they were going to, in their last meeting with the equine community, said that we're going to pull out the equine policy from this zoning ordinance. And so I think it made sense to all of you. We are being responsive. We are trying to get it right. But because we want to make sure that you know that we're heard, we want to put it in writing, because if it's not in writing, it isn't so. So this is why this draft is so detailed, and I apologize to my colleagues, but it needed to be. It needed to be very detailed about all of the concerns that we've heard so far, and some of the speakers are not all from South County, right? We've heard from Los Gatos Hills, Milpitas, Hillsides, Evergreen. You know, the folks who support our farms are everywhere in our county, and so it was really wonderful to hear that even in San Jose, 15 minutes away, I heard you you're doing a good work here for all of us. And so I know that there has been extensive already work that has been done, meetings that you've all gone to. I don't want to exhaust you in terms of your energy. And so I want to make sure that this policy process, the policy and the process that we're going to go through is one is effective and it's efficient so that we don't keep tapping you on the shoulder because we want to make sure that you will be incorporated in your feedback will be incorporated into everything that we do because this is for all of us and for the generations that are to come, right? We want to leave a legacy, and I heard you loud and clear, that all of you, this is your passion area, and you're working really hard to make sure that your farm, your vineyard, your equine establishment is successful, and sometimes you have to diversify for those things, right? And this is, let me not forget, this zoning ordinance is not just for those folks, but it also includes religious institutions, right? And so we need to continue to be fair with those who establish a religious institution, that they're also treated fairly and equitable within this zoning ordinance. And so there's parity here for everyone. There's nobody who is going to be favored over the other. As much as I love horses, you'll be treated equally with everybody else in that level of consideration. And so let me just continue on. For my colleagues, you've already heard that there is a task force that's going to included in this referral. We're also including a really robust public process that continues to elevate your expertise and your voices, integrating those into the process and with different meeting styles. We're also asking for the consideration of an outside outreach consultant to support the community process. And within that, we know that there's so much more. I'm not going to read all of the 3 pages, I think, of the referral, because you all, thank you, you're welcome, because you've already heard all of this. But this is really, we know that we need to make sure that we address all of the issues that are within your concerns. And so it goes from making sure that you can build a shed to making sure that you can comply with code enforcement concerns. All of these issues will be addressed. You've already been assured. I know the planning department continues to work with you. My team will continue to work with you. We'll continue to work really hard to make sure that we get it just right. And so, you know, the ordinance here has a lot of implications for our local businesses and their livelihoods. And so I want to make sure it isn't just good for one particular industry, that it's for all of the industries included in the agricultural community. And this is really important. And I've said this to you before, we're looking to have a lot of folks come into our area next year for those 3 different sporting events, and we want to make sure that we are a major magnet for those folks who want to experience farmland and farm life and beautiful wineries and just a bit of a charm that we have here locally in California. And so you offer all of that, and we're ready to do that. As soon as we get a lot of the zoning ordinance, you know, we had already a Office of Economic Development meeting set up about a month and a half ago or so, and that ended up being a conversation really all about our zoning ordinance because we couldn't really dream about what we want in terms of our Office of Economic Development until we had all of these issues really sorted out and it made sense. And so I look forward to seeing this move forward and then us all collectively moving forward with our cities, with the chambers, with the downtown associations, with everybody who has a part to play in the livelihood of our area to make sure that when these 3 sporting events come next year, that we're ready for it and that we can handle all of that foot traffic from internationally, because we have so much to offer. And I think we're going to showcase in a way we haven't showcased before. And so I really look forward to that. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the referral that includes all of the things that you have already heard about and that you probably already read, all of the 13 items in this referral. And I said 3 pages, but it really was, I think, I don't know.
There more.
There was more. But it was important enough, and you've heard how important it is to the many different industries. So anyways, with that, I'd like to make a motion to have my referral passed and to make sure that we incorporate our all of our folks into this next process.
And I'll strongly second that, actually. So first, I just want to say thank you, Vice President Rennes, for bringing forward this important referral that is truly responsive to our community's concerns that we've been hearing for a long time. As has been said, small business is America's business, but small farmers are Americans' farmers. With agriculture has been changed so dramatically in the past decades into being industrialized by conglomerates and large companies, it is certainly very difficult, if not impossible, for smaller farms to survive these days, especially right here in the Santa Clara County. See, before Santa Clara County became Silicon Valley, this was the Valley of Heart's Delight, and we want to keep it that way. I live in Sunnyvale, which used to be full of orchards of cherries and apricots. And one thing I know about my backyard is everything grows because our soil is so rich. And that's why we have to really support our small farmers, especially those, in this case, thanks for those who come forward today, especially those in South County. One shout I want to give is to Stephanie, who hosted us visiting your farm last week with your green eggs and your chickens to really learn about the concerns of not just farmers, but winemakers, horse lovers, and so many folks that are living in the area that's so key to our community of who we are. So therefore, I'm fully in support of the referral first, but I also have a couple of friendly amendments with the maker of motion, if that's okay. One is for the proposed agricultural task force or the Agricultural Advisory Committee. I just want to make sure that there will be a seat reserved for a stakeholder from the environmental and conservation community, if that's okay.
Yes, I don't want to hold up the task force, but it would be wonderful to have that on.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, more stakeholders. And then second thing is to ask that the staff also evaluate the zoning amendments to allow for the agrivoltaics projects on agricultural large-scale parcels in these unincorporated county. Agrivoltaics is a way of using the land, not only for agriculture, but using it simultaneously to put solar panels on it, which will certainly bring more income and benefits to our farmers, as well as supporting our local clean energy development.
Okay, so we will include the consideration, or to consider having administration come back with the agrivoltaic, what did you call it?
Agrivoltaic.
Agrivoltaic features for farmlands. I don't know what the possibilities are, and I couldn't, I don't want to create obstacles for the ordinance, and so if the administration can come back and give us some feedback on that, and as we continue to move forward.
Sure, I'll just check with Tony just to make sure it's okay. Tony, this is okay, right? From where we are?
I think it makes sense for staff to look at it and to provide an analysis of what it would entail, and Supervisor Arenas' comments regarding potential implications for the efficiency of the overall zoning amendments will be taken into account by staff and certainly by our office as well.
Thank you, Tony, for that. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And that's all I have. I see the lights on. Supervisor Abikoga, please.
Yes, thank you, President Lee. And I just wanted to add my thanks to Vice President Arenas for bringing this referral forward. I also heard from the community, is, including members from District 5 who have cottage farms and wineries and equestrian facilities. So I think this is a very well thought out, and thank you for laying out so clearly the referral. I look forward to working with you on Hewlett as refined recommendations come forward to us next spring. So happy to support the referral. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more lights on this one, so, oh, sorry, Supervisor Young.
Yeah, I have a process question. This is a very significant piece of policy and legislation. There are a lot of things on here, and I know that planning is exceptionally complex. It's a complicated and complex department and process that they steward. What are the next steps following the approval of this referral? Does policy change? Do we get to hear back from staff?
Tony, you want to opine on the next steps regarding how this move forward if this were to pass today? Or James?
I'll defer to James.
Sure. What I would say is, as I understand the referral, it's a request to come back through the Housing, Land Use, Environment, Transportation Committee regarding looking at each of these specific categories. So these are numerous categories of items, but each of these will need to be looked at by staff. I understand that some of these are comments that staff has already received in public hearings related to the draft ordinance. And then we'll come back with staff recommendations regarding each of these points and have to go through the appropriate process. Ultimately, the adoption of the relevant ordinance or ordinance amendments, whether it's one comprehensive piece or a series of things, will have to go through the appropriate public process and come through the Board of Supervisors. So as I understand it, staff's being asked to look at each of these specific components, bring back the appropriate analysis with respect to each of these components. There's a number of them related specifically to agriculture, and then there's a separate component related to horses.
Yeah, I've heard about horses today. I understand. Presently, you've asked for a seat for an environmental perspective on the task force. I'd like to turn back to administration then. The process of vetting these recommendations and further understanding the implications to policy and outcomes and process. Will there be environmental considerations in the evaluation and vetting of this as well? Meaning not having to wait to a task force to have the environmental perspective.
I mean, my understanding, I'll look to County Council, is that there does have to be environmental review as part of all of these, adoption of these overall zoning ordinance. There's been, I think one of the commenters even referenced commenting on some of the early environmental related documents, and that's certainly a part of the planning department's overall process in looking at any changes to land use related provisions. So.
Yeah, a draft environmental impact report was already circulated, and there have been comments that have been collected, and so whatever amendments or revisions are made as a result of the process that's called for in this referral would be also vetted through the environmental, the CEQA process, likely through a recirculation of the draft EIR.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice President, any last words?
Yes, I just wanted to thank my team for all the really great follow-up and time invested with our community, listening and making sure we got it right. And so Patrick and Vicky taking the lead on this has just been really great, and I think you've gotten to know them and hopefully appreciate their perspectives as well. And so just wanted to thank them. And then thank you for bringing signs as well. I love the advocacy. And my colleagues won't let me lie. I mentioned South County at least once, if not 5 times during our board meetings. And so you'll always be present even with or without signs. And so I just wanted to appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, without further ado, please take the vote.
On motion of Vice President Arenas, seconded by President Lee, Supervisor Abekoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Young?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
I as well.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Yes. Like we said, we tried not to be clapping on the motion, but thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. All right, moving to item number 10, which is the referral jointly from Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Abekoga relating to budget and contract transparency. I will defer that to you, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. This is not as exciting as horses and wine, but thank you, Supervisor Abekoga, for partnering on this referral. I really appreciate the perspective that you've brought to this board, particularly the attention to long-term best practices and system improvements. I'll begin my comments with an acknowledgement of the recent growth of the county organization. In the past 10 years, our organization has grown from about 17,000 employees to nearly 24,000, largely as a result of the board's righteous commitment to preserving access to health care. We've also initiated innovative programs and services to better serve county residents, and of course, along the way, had to respond to a 100-year pandemic. As operations have grown, so too has the need for a budget and contract management system that can handle the complexities of our county processes while providing appropriate transparency. As the county confronts significant fiscal restraints due to unprecedented federal funding losses, clear and consistent budget information will be essential to protect the safety net, support equitable, well-informed decision-making, and build and maintain public trust. This referral is aligned with county-wide strategies to address federal funding reductions and seeks to do three things. First, to provide more detailed information regarding Object 2 appropriations. Object 2 is often known as services and supplies, to better illuminate this major spending category that has significant impact on essential services. Second, it seeks to increase opportunities for board offices to request specific information that may not be included within the current format of the recommended budget. And finally, it seeks to elevate conversations around long-term system-based solutions that will facilitate more detailed, publicly available information related to the budget and to county contracts. In addition to enhancing the county's internal decision-making process, providing more detailed public information should reduce uncertainty and improve our ability to communicate and coordinate reduction strategies with community partners. I have heard our partners, as well as the public, loud and clear. We need standardized systems in place across all departments. The actions recommended in today's referral are only a small piece of long-term planning to build better systems, but they will form the foundation for broader conversations in the future around strategic planning, capital planning, building reserve funds, standardizing contract evaluation metrics, and identifying the most effective programs and services to which our limited resources should be dedicated. So for all of these reasons, I would ask for the support of all of our colleagues. I look forward to working with all of you on these and other future initiatives to improve public information and transparency. And I will turn to Supervisor Margaret Abekoga for a second and any additional comments.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Ellenberg, for your leadership and for including me in this referral. I'm pleased to second this referral, as I believe it's a smart, practical step towards strengthening transparency, accountability, and usability of our county's budget information, which is always critical, but extremely critical at this moment in time. Today's referral helps us move in that direction. And there are 3 points that Supervisor Ellenberg mentioned, and I just wanted to add just a few comments on. As noted by Supervisor Ellenberg, the services and supplies is one of the largest and least transparent categories in our budget, which is Object 2. And right now, in this one single object category, it includes everything from consultant contracts to software licenses to travel expenses. It's extremely difficult for the public or even the board, even me, to understand what's actually being in that, what money is actually being spent on. And so providing additional details does not require new spending, just clearer reporting. The departments already know what make up these costs. This referral simply asks for a consistent county-wide way of categorizing and reporting them. We're asking administration to return with a recommended approach to break down services and supplies into meaningful subcategories. And this level of detail will support better decision-making, I believe, during the next fiscal year 26-27 budget cycle. Point two is that the new budget and contract regarding the new budget and contract systems. The county is in the middle of major system upgrades. We discussed this and approved it at one of our more previous meetings. Both our budget management system and contract management platform system. Every year, the board asks questions through the budget RFI process, and often we don't receive answers until the June budget approval. That timing limits our ability to meaningfully shape budget decisions. If we can receive RFI responses earlier, the board can have more informed discussions and make better decisions before the final budget hearings. And this referral simply asks for those recommendations to adjust the RFI process timeline so that responses are issued earlier, ideally before the May workshops. I know the new system is supposed to provide more of that transparency, and I look forward to this referral building on my previous request in September and asking administration to come back with an implementation timeline and explanation of each system's reporting functions. So the 3 points again, breaking down Object 2 and the new budget and contract systems, and providing a timeline for the rollout of that, and 3, improving our budget requests for information, and just moving up that process so we as the board have more time to deal or to do the deeper dives into understanding what's in our entire huge budget. But I think it is very important for all of us to have a better and clearer understanding of that. So with that, again, thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, and I'm happy to second the motion.
Okay, moved and seconded. Rhonda, how many public would like to speak on this item?
I currently have 2 speakers in chambers, and it looks like 5 on Zoom.
Okay, let's do 1 minute each.
All right, last call for speakers on Zoom. We're going to go ahead and close out the queue at 2 in chambers and 5 on Zoom. Our 2 chambers speakers are Juan and Rachel Montoya.
And Rhonda, you're going to switch the clock to 2 minutes since it's 7 speakers?
Oh, yeah, we could do 2 minutes. Yeah, let's do 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, I should have asked the president.
No, that's fine.
That's
We
our
could do that,
practice.
yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Make a few
Thank you.
minutes. Thank you.
Juan Rodriguez. I'm here on behalf of Community Health Partnerships in strong support of item 10. As the county manages significant fiscal challenges and major federal funding losses, transparency is essential for protecting the healthcare safety net that our community relies on. We appreciate the effort to strengthen planning and reporting within the county's budget and contract management systems. A transparent and predictable framework will improve clarity, communication, and accountability across departments and ensure that decisions are made with a better understanding of how changes will affect community health providers. CHP values our partnership with the county, and we thank the board for taking steps to support accountability, clarity, and stronger collaboration during this challenging fiscal period. So we respectfully ask for you to support item 10. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Montoya. I'm president of Community Solutions. Community Solutions provides behavioral health, gender-based violence, and housing services in Santa Clara County. We are supportive of this referral brought forward by Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Abe-Koga. As we continue to walk through these unknown and unstable times, additional transparency in the budget and the budget process can only support productive discussions and well thought out decisions for our clients and our community. We ask for support. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move forward with our Zoom speakers. Our first Zoom speaker is Gabriel Hernandez.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Gabriel Hernandez, I work with local Latinos Contra Cancer. First, want to just congratulate you all on Measure 8. My first opportunity to say congratulations on that. With the budget process, definitely with the pending cuts and you know the upheaval of what we've been seeing at the federal level, any type of transparency and ability to be able to work with community on the budget process is always welcome. I want to thank Supervisors Ellenberg and Abe-Koga for bringing this forward, and we look forward to working with you on the budget process as we go through these tough times and stuff. And so just want to ask the Board of Supervisors to support item 10, and thank you for continuing your collaboration and work with Latinos Contra Cancer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Darcy.
Hi, good morning, Supervisors. Darcy Green, Executive Director, Latinos Contra Cancer. This referral addresses a fundamental need in our county's budgeting process: clear, timely, and consistent information about how public dollars are allocated. This matters now more than ever. Our community's just demonstrated extraordinary trust in this amazing county by voting to invest in our shared health and social safety nets. To honor that trust, the budget process must be transparent, accessible, and grounded in early and open communication. As federal cuts begin to affect every part of Santa Clara County, the decisions that we make will touch every neighborhood and every system of care. Community partners like Latinos Contra Cancers and others cannot contribute meaningfully or plan responsibly without visibility into how resources are being structured. Early transparency is what strengthens public confidence and ensures that residents can see themselves reflected in the decisions shaping their lives. This referral creates the conditions for better coordination, more informed participation, and a budget process that demonstrates a county committed to being trustworthy for the people it serves. I want to thank Supervisors Ellenberg and Abe-Koga for bringing this forward and urge the full board to support this referral. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carmen Martinez.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Carmen, and I'm the Director of Organizing with Latinos Contra Cancer. We work to organize patients who rely on county services every day. Before I start off, I want to say thank you for being pioneering leaders of putting Measure A on the ballot and allowing the voters to choose this life-saving measure. Transparency matters because the county budget decisions directly impact our communities, especially now with the major federal cuts being sprung upon us by our authoritarian president and federal administration. Clear, accessible information helps residents understand how services may change and what that means for them. Item 10 is a step forward. It provides understandable budget details, creates a consistent way to track contracts, and helps community partners anticipate impacts and engage early. This coordination is critical for preparing families and supporting dignity by bringing patients closer to the decisions that affect their care. This is also about trust. Transparency strengthens partnerships between the county and the community, reduces confusion, and builds a healthier and more collaborative budget process. Accountability ensures that commitments are made in the process and are honored, and that the community can see progress and not just promises. Thank you, Supervisors Ellenberg and Abe-Koga, for bringing this item forward. I urge the full board to support the referral. Community partners like us are ready to engage early with you all. As a Director of Organizing, you all have my commitment that my team and I are ready to provide budget workshops to our patients and our community to also help ease accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Parent.
Yes, I'm in complete support of this referral. We do need lots of transparency when we determine our budget. There's so much wasteful spending going on in this county that we can greatly reduce, and we could put that saved money towards healthcare and all sorts of other things that are helpful in our community. One of the big things that I found wasteful is the Daniel Chung situation in the district attorney's office, that he's being paid to not work and to stay at home for the last 4 years. I mean, he makes about $200,000 a year. That adds up to about $800,000, and he's also suing the county. And our county has retained a private attorney, and also county council is putting resources towards fighting his lawsuit, all for simply forgetting to put that he was writing an op-ed in his personal capacity. That sounds quite ridiculous and absurd to me. Also, Daniel Chun did try to protect my children from being sexually molested, and he tried to protect me from being physically assaulted. And that only exemplifies to me a commitment to protecting the community. And this retaliation that's costing the county lots and lots of money should not be tolerated. I posted a lot of this information online. If the board would like to check this out, if you Google District Attorney Jeff Rosen petition sex trafficking, all those terms together within the top 5 results, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Abikoga, for putting this referral forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Simon Purse.
Good morning. My name is Simon Purse, and I'm the Executive Director for Pacific Clinics. We're a behavioral health care provider across the county, providing behavioral health, crisis, and education services. As we work together to plan for the reductions from the unprecedented loss of federal funds, detail and transparency in budgeting will be increasingly critical for the difficult decisions ahead. I'd like to emphasize that greater detail in the budget-related information would reduce uncertainty around reduction strategies and lead to more productive discussions between the board and community partners. A lack of uniform contracting systems across departments has limited the level of detail presented to recommended budgets related to services and supplies appropriations. This results in insufficient details for the board and community partners to evaluate ongoing and increasingly difficult reduction strategies while balancing our shared community need to prioritize critical safety net services. Therefore, until comprehensive budget management and contract management systems are in place, the actions outlined in the referral are necessary. Our thanks to Supervisors Ellenberg and Abikoga for the support in building trust for the difficult times ahead, and our teams are certainly ready to partner to continue to meet the community need. Thank you very much.
And that concludes the speakers who had their hands raised before we close the queue.
Okay, thank you, Rhonda. Let's see, I see some new lights, Vice President.
Thank you so much. I want to thank my colleagues for their referral. It is always a really great idea when we ask for transparency for our residents and also for ourselves so that we can continue to understand our own budget and figure out when we're trying to focus on surgical cuts so that we conserve and protect the vibrancy of our support services, which are, you know, our basic safety net services. This is something that is really important to me. And so the question that I had was, I know that these are all going to FGOC. Obviously, I don't serve on that committee, but I'd love to have it come back at some point. Is there an opportunity for us to cross-reference? How do we bring it back to the greater board?
I think that's a really important point. Certainly the whole board should get to weigh in on the proposed structure that that administration will lay out for us. I wonder if, sorry, I should have anticipated this question. I'm just thinking it through. In the minute, I do know that it's coming to the, oops, I just got a lifeline note on when this can come back to the board, and I managed to lose track of it. Give me one
In the meantime,
yeah.
while you look for that, I'll look to James to see if he has any input.
Sure, I think, the request is to bring forward some recommendations to FGOC in January. I think it would probably make sense to move that item then forward to the full board, probably at the same time as the mid-year in February, since we'll be talking about budget as well, but we can bring forward these recommendations for full board engagement in that time frame.
And so to apply it to this fiscal year, or this upcoming fiscal year that we'll be
Absolutely.
focused on.
My intent
the
is
intention?
that it applies for this year. And if it comes to FGOC in January, that means certainly that it's available to all of the supervisors. So you'll be able to see the report because it has come to the committee. Do you feel that we need another opportunity to discuss it as a board before
Well,
mid-year?
You'll have had some sneak preview of the work, and so I think just so that we can also have that, and I think the timeline is going to be very compact, and so I'm looking to see what we can. What can we, is there anything here that we can build into, because I know we have some study sessions that are coming up, and I know those are around the corner, but, so is there any, give me some feedback here, because I'm not sure that it's going to line up just right for
I mean, we can
this
bring the
upcoming-
item to the full board in January instead of FGOC.
Let's just do that. That's cleaner and easier.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. All right, so you'll make that revision.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment
Perfect.
to bring this to the full board rather than to FGOC.
Perfect, okay. Then I won't suggest anything else other than just thank you for bringing this here. And if there is anything that we can do collectively to improve the budget process, I'm all for it, including hearing back from our administration where you think that we can improve. So I'm looking forward to learning more.
Yep, thank you. I don't see any more lights. I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for putting this referral together to add more transparency moving forward. So really appreciate the good work. All right, without further ado, let's please vote.
All right, Supervisor Abekoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Now moving to item 11, which is County Executive Report. James.
Couple items for County Executive's report today. First, this is our first board meeting since the November 4th election. I want to first thank the leadership and the staff at our Registrar of Voters, which did an excellent job in what was a very high turnout for a special election, turnout exceeding 50%. The election process went very smoothly on that side. ROV has finished counting all of the outstanding ballots from Election Day, the postmarked vote by mail, and conditional ballots. They're continuing their canvassing operations, quality reviews, and audits to ensure full accuracy. Results will be certified Tuesday, December 2nd. But we do plan on a runoff election for the office of the assessor. That election will be December 30th. And ROV is already preparing for that, including the reality that it means vote centers will be open during the holidays, including Christmas Day. So just in advance, extend significant gratitude to our Registrar of Voters staff for the work that they have done and the work that they will continue to do nonstop, really, including Thanksgiving week between now all the way through December 30th. And on that topic, want to extend a significant gratitude to the board and the community, of course, regarding the overwhelming passage of Measure A. It's never an easy thing to ask the community to tax itself, but the fiscal crisis that we have been facing truly is unprecedented from the federal cuts, especially related to Medi-Cal. As the board is well aware, this was one important piece of a much broader puzzle because a daunting gap remains for us. next piece of that three-pronged strategy has to do with state-level advocacy. In that vein, we actually were honored to host Assemblymember Banta, who's chair of the Assembly Health Committee, yesterday at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. I know representatives from all the board offices were present, as well as Supervisor Young and President Lee, for that discussion. But we will, and the board should expect to see significant materials over the next few weeks that are really focused on a couple aspects of a state-related strategy oriented towards the support that the state should provide for public hospital and healthcare systems. Given the magnitude of gap that remains, this state support for our system, as well as other public healthcare delivery systems across California, is really pivotal for the healthcare of all Californians, and especially accounting for the unique role that our system plays here for Santa Clara County residents. So much more to come on that. We continue to keep the federal funding related website, communication activity, et cetera, updated, and those efforts will continue to be robust leading up to and throughout the upcoming legislative session. So a lot more to come on that. In addition to all of that, we're continuing to track significant additional bad news from DC. So the latest piece of news is that the Trump administration announced yesterday that they will be moving forward with rescinding the Biden administration's guidance related to so-called public charge. This is related to access for those who are lawfully present. So, for example, green card holders or folks who are seeking to obtain green cards. Regarding access to public benefits. This was an issue that we litigated successfully during the first Trump administration. It is back and has significant implications for the very large portion of our population here in Santa Clara County, who is here on various forms of either visa or green card status, including access to Medicaid and other safety net programs. So we'll continue to provide updates related to that, and we'll monitor and look at exactly what the Trump administration tries to move forward with. Undoubtedly, we'll be looking at legal and other strategies, but I just wanted to name that as an example of the continued very substantial headwinds that we're facing with news coming from DC, including attacks on healthcare access. Of course, the board and public are aware that the federal shutdown did end. And good news that SNAP, known as CalFresh here in California, was funded through the end of the federal fiscal year. As a reminder, the federal government's fiscal year is different than ours. So the end of the federal fiscal year means through September of 2026. But the bad news is that there has not been any agreement regarding the health insurance exchange, known here as Covered California, and access to health care for folks there and the impacts that that could have on our community as well. So obviously lots of moving pieces, but want to return with a message of gratitude as we approach Thanksgiving week. Our community is going to continue to do everything that we can to push back on what's happening. Measure A is certainly a big, resounding push in that vein with incredible support from across the community, but very substantial headwinds ahead. And our fight to ensure continued access to health care by no means is over, and we'll continue marching forward with the rest of the strategies that we have laid out from the get-go as critical pieces to come together so that we can bridge that remaining gap. And that concludes my report today. Thank you.
Thank you, James. A real quick question, if you have the answer right off the bat. This runoff election on December 30th, how much is that going to cost us?
I don't have the exact numbers. My recollection, going back to the June timeframe when we had asked ROV for estimates, is the runoff, I believe, is likely in around the $10 million range.
$10 million.
Yes.
And our staff has to work.
But we can get you a more refined number, but that's my memory of
Plus overtime, I assume, because they're working on holidays.
Well, that's inclusive.
Or inclusive of overtime. So more expensive than it would be if this wasn't a holiday period.
certainly there would be increased costs associated with that. But we can provide the board with a more refined estimate. Obviously, we will be coming at mid-year with any adjustments needed for ROV's budget, since these were not budgeted costs at the beginning of the fiscal year. But we're waiting for mid-year so that we can come forward with the correct numbers based on what ROV actually needs to keep a balanced budget.
Thank you,
The
James.
good news, though, is the prior election, the state has picked up those costs, and that was welcome news, given the same reality that was not a budgeted election. But because of Prop 50, the state did appropriate and pick up those costs for all counties across California. So the costs that we are facing are really runoff focused at this time. And we will bring forward the not just an estimate, but the actual number at mid-year.
Thank you. And given the fact that the date of the runoff, just for the public, is December 30th?
December 30th. So ballots, I don't want to get the date wrong off the top of my head. Ballots will be going out in early December by mail to all registered voters. And the normal timelines that you expect associated with elections in terms of vote centers will be followed as well. But the election day is December 30th.
And this is not just a mail-only
It is
election,
not.
right?
In fact, that was, I believe, one of the items that was on the broader list of legislative bills to look into was the fact that we don't have discretion to hold this type of election as a mail-only election. I actually think it's something that would be very useful statewide for this type of a runoff scenario because they do happen at odd times from time to time. But in any event, that's the legislature has determined through the Voters' Choice Act the mechanics around that and the criteria for when you can hold an all-mail election, which are very narrow.
Okay, thank you, James. Next item would be our county council's report. Tony, go ahead.
At the November 17th, 2025 closed session, by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to file or join amicus curiae briefs in Rhode Island State Council of Churches v. Rawlins, U.S. District Court, District of Rhode Island, number 125-CV00569, and U.S. Court of Appeals First Circuit, number 25-2089, as well as two additional matters. The name of those actions and the parties, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed upon filing to any person inquiring. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Tony, I just learned that the issue regarding item 28 pulled by Supervisor Young, I believe the county executive has to be here for that item. If I have no objection from my colleague, would it be okay if I move that item up right now and hear that first, item number 28? Is that okay? All right. James, are you ready for that?
And just to be clear, Supervisor, President Lee, it's 28 and 29 together, correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes,
Okay.
20 and 29 together, correct.
Personally, I appreciate that. I know that we have members of 2015 and IHSS workers who have been waiting for this item to be heard.
So,
So,
yeah.
yes,
Okay, so let's go
fully
here
support, yes.
now first, before we go back to item 13. Okay, all right. Yes, James, go ahead.
So items 28 and 29 are the agreements and filings necessary to submit to the state to draw down federal and state reimbursement associated with cost increases, including the increase in state minimum wage, as well as health insurance benefit cost increases that will take effect on January 1. This action is separate and distinct from the negotiations that are presently happening with SEIU 2015. If agreement, for example, were to be reached at the table to change what healthcare costs look like, we can do a new filing on a go-forward basis with the state that shifts those allocations and drawdown of state and federal reimbursement. But we are facing a significant healthcare cost increase. It's about $29.5 million beginning January 1. And this action allows the county to draw down federal and state reimbursement associated with that cost increase. Happy to answer questions.
So it's John, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, President Lee. Just to reiterate and thank you for answering to this. So this, again, this is complete, distinct, and separate from the ongoing negotiations with our IHSS union represented by SAU 2015.
That's correct. This action is the filings necessary with the state to draw down federal and state reimbursement. It does not constrain us from what we agree to at the table. It does not, one of the issues, without going into any details, of course, in the discussions that are happening in bargaining, one of the issues is, of course, the costs associated with health insurance. And this does not preclude or prevent or otherwise impact our ability to have those conversations at the table there and make, if necessary, go forward changes to the allocation of state reimbursement between health and wage-related costs.
Right, so in the meantime, while the negotiations are still ongoing, this action today continues to allow us to draw down funds from the state.
That's correct.
Right, or else we would be leaving money on the table.
That's correct.
We don't like that.
Certainly not.
No. And it also keeps in place the current health benefits and the terms and conditions of the current or previous contract, correct?
That's absolutely correct. So under the current contract, which we continue to implement, we provide robust access to Valley Health Plan for IHSS workers, and this is a reflection of that rate increase for that current plan with no changes in plan benefits or plan design.
James, thank you so much for clarifying that. I think oftentimes these items can be very confusing. Right, they're very complicated. There's lots of acronyms and numbers that are interchangeable with each other in terms that are used in multiple places at the same time, especially when they're concurrent processes. I really appreciate you walking us through this.
Absolutely, and IHSS's financing is particularly complex, so that's totally understandable because it is a very intricate relationship between federal funding, state funding, and county funding with complex state-related formulas that have sometimes changed over the decades and put the county in this odd position of being responsible for collective bargaining for a structure and a program that where the benefits overall and the number of hours and the broader structure of the IHS program is really determined by the state.
Yeah, and I know and fully expect that our administration is negotiating in good faith with a work group a group of workers who are vital and critical to the well-being and health of our most vulnerable community members. So I appreciate you and your staff for taking that charge. I appreciate all of our IHSS workers and members of 2015 who are here today, who remain close to this process and all things on the agenda that may be related or impacting the ability to deliver quality services and care. And so thank you for walking us. Can you repeat again that full dollar amount of the increased cost of healthcare that we're looking at?
So the rate increase effective January 1 is $29.5 million. And of that, after accounting for federal and state reimbursement, the county general fund ongoing cost of that is $5.7 million.
So the drawdown is significant.
Drawdown is very significant. The programming overall is roughly 50% federally funded, and the remaining roughly 50% share is split between the state and counties based on these complex formulas.
Okay. Thank you so much, James. I have no more questions, President. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. How many in the public would like to speak on items number 28 and 29? Rhonda, you have any speaker card on items number 28 and 29?
I do have 2 in-person speakers for 28.
No Zoom speakers?
No Zoom speakers at this moment.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes each.
All right. Last call for any speakers on Zoom for items 28 and 29. All right, we'll close the queue and call our two speakers. We have Natasha Walker and Tanya York.
Hello, my name is Kayla Gomez. I'm subbing in for Natasha because she had to go. But I am with SCIU 2015, and we just want to communicate that it's very essential, very important that our members are included in these conversations, that they understand, how their money is being moved, and we want to work in partnership with you all. We know that the holidays are coming up and everybody is going to be in a strenuous situation, trying to already provide for their families, trying to enjoy community with others as well. And as you all know, our home care workers are in a very vulnerable position right now. A lot of them are immigrants, a lot of them are women, a lot of them have children and families that they need to provide for. And most of them don't have multiple streams of income that they can rely on, and what they're making right now is just not enough. Their health care, we know they have really good health care, and we want to keep it that way, but we don't want any unnecessary monies to be taken that should be allocated toward, bettering their lives and making it easier for them to live here, because that's what they're all dedicated to, is making it easier for our seniors, for people of multiple different ages, to be able to live, with dignity in their homes. And so we want to make sure that their quality of care and their quality of life is just as well as they make for everybody else. So, we look forward to continuing to work with you, but please listen to what they're sharing. It's very difficult for them to make time to come out here, and as you saw today, we had a lot of our folks here, but they weren't able to speak until the item was up. But thank you.
Is the mic over there?
That one.
Perfect. I'm going to sub in for Tanya York.
Your name?
Quali, Khoa, first name, last name L-E.
Go ahead.
My name is Quali, and I'm a former IHSS caregiver right here for Santa Clara County. I was an IHSS caregiver for roughly 2 years, caring for my dearly beloved grandfather. I know the struggles of what it meant to be a working college student and working as an IHSS care worker. We cannot afford rent, we cannot afford gas, groceries, and as Thanksgiving is coming up, I ask you to think deeply about what that means for families like mine. November is Caregiver Appreciation Month. True appreciation means working with our union to finalize a contract agreement that includes a livable wages and strong benefits. We need the board, please, I beg of you, to protect IHHS and protect the people we care for. We need wages that reflect our essential works, the essential work that we do, and respect us with the fair and a timely negotiations. I urge the Board of Supervisors to stand with our caregivers and give us the fair contract that we need and deserve as we continue to care for our loved one and our clients. Thank you so much for your time.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you very much. And moving back to, let's close the public speaking portion of this, and asking my colleague, Supervisor Young, you have a motion?
Motion to approve items 28 and 29.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Let's take the roll.
I'm sorry, I missed the second.
Sure. Is Supervisor Ellenberg?
Me.
My apologies. All right, with Supervisor Jung doing the motion and Supervisor Ellenberg with the second, Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, just want to check with my colleagues. It's already 12:04. Lunch is here. Would you like to take a break now before we go to 13? Yes?
Sure.
I see a lot of nods here. Okay, let's do it till, how about 12:45? Would that work? Yeah. All right. Okay, let's break till then. Thank you. Good afternoon. I actually have 12:48 already, so go ahead. And I see we do have a quorum on the dais, so I'll have my supervisor colleague to come back, and we could let's do a quick roll call.
All right.
Yes, we got everybody.
Looks like we got you.
Yes.
All right, Supervisor Abekogi? Here. Sorry, Abekoga. Supervisor Jung? Supervisor Ellenberg?
I'm here.
Vice President Arenas?
Here.
President Lee?
President as well, good afternoon.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and start with item number 13, which is the recommendations relating to new board referrals. I believe this is James, all yours.
Yeah, good afternoon. This report back responds to a request from the board regarding providing a little more categorization with some definitions associated with the items that administration tracks based on direction from the board, as well as some ideas. And I want to just emphasize at the outset, I think it really would need to be an iterative process, but some ideas around how to maybe have some more assessment and maybe a little bit of process around the initiation of new referrals. This was actually an item that was discussed in an ad hoc committee previously with Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Arenas. And one of the things, among others, that we looked at was in particular some of the processes that some other jurisdictions utilized, in particular the city of San Jose. And so we've proposed a draft cover sheet that would go along with a process that is actually really based on the City of San Jose sheet that's utilized. It's not identical, but follows that same framework. And credit to Supervisor Arenas, it was her and her office who in that ad hoc committee discussion really brought up that specific document and process. We are, of course, a different body. It's a 5-member board. Because of that, the way committee structure and process is very different as well. And so, we've really just put forward some ideas here, certainly open to obviously direction from the board, but also other thoughts. And, trying to identify something that would not be very onerous, but that might actually just provide some additional information for the board's benefit in these processes. With that, happy to answer questions.
Good. Let's see. Should I listen to the public first? Yeah? Is this okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's see if anybody in public would like to speak on this item.
Having a problem with the mic today. I currently have 2 speakers in chambers and none on Zoom.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes each, please.
All right, last call for speakers on Zoom. Seeing none, we'll close the queue with the 2 speakers in chambers. We have Sean and Jan. Last call for Sean or Jan. All right, it looks like our speakers did not return from the lunch recess, so no speakers on this item.
Okay, then let's go ahead and close the public speaking portion of this. Supervisor Abekoga, your lights on? Go ahead.
Thank you, President Lee, and thank you to Mr. Williams and staff for bringing this back with great proposals, and to the ad hoc committee, thank you for all the work that has been put into this. I'm glad to support this item. I just had a few minor changes, and the changes that I wanted to make, the first one was a definition of referrals, and I think that's what we were, or at least I was hoping to get better clarity on, and I think this does help move us in that direction. But I was looking really as a referral to be more than a formal mechanism for input, but it's, to me, I guess in my mind, is actually direction for administration to implement something relating to policy or other actionable steps. And the request for information is that second category. So that was how I looked at it. So I would like to ask that we put in the final language of the definition of what a referral is that it is an actual direction to administration for implementation of policy or other action. And then the second item, I very much appreciate the cover sheet. I think that's a really, really great addition to get feedback, to look at especially resource needs to implement the item. I was thinking, though, that I would like to request that be returned from staff to the supervisor, at least the supervisor making the referral sooner than what's listed, so that the supervisor, and it could go to the entire board perhaps, but to allow for the supervisors to have opportunity to amend or, to revise the referral to better reflect staff's input if the supervisor chooses to do that. So that was my request, is to move that feedback time up. So those two, definition of referrals and then the feedback timeline to be sooner.
Hey, James.
Okay. Okay, yes, if I can make that motion with those two changes. Thank you.
The motion, you have second?
Second.
Okay.
If I can just share some thoughts on the timeline piece, I think it would absolutely be doable if administration receives the proposed draft earlier, right, to have that process. But I just want to make sure the expectation isn't that administration would be turning this around, without time to actually fill it out and then actually have that back and forth. So I think the suggestion I would make in response to that concern would be that if the board members provided a draft earlier to administration, the administration would provide that feedback earlier. But in cases where it's coming really right at that last minute on this timeline, I don't think it's realistic to have all of that opportunity for the same back and forth. So I just want to make sure there's enough time allotted for, but there certainly are examples, and there have been in the past, where something's come a few weeks, right, in advance, and there even has been some back and forth engagement around what is feasible or possible, and I think that is actually even something that happens in San Jose, as I understand it.
And if I could respond through the chair on that, or the president, yes, and my thought was that, and I don't know how these items get agendized or calendared, but you would, if it's not ready to go, then it just has to wait till the next meeting, and you have that flexibility in calendaring, I believe.
We don't, so the administration doesn't agendize the board referrals. Each board office does.
Okay.
And just so you have a sense of the timeline, our understanding is San Jose's process is 2 weeks for the form to be filled out. And feedback from San Jose staff is that that's a tight timeline. We've proposed 1 week. So I just want to make sure there's that, that piece of the timeline is preserved.
Okay. I'm going to ask Vice President to chime in.
Yes, please.
Through the chair. So the difference there is that the City of San Jose has meetings every week. So you have an opportunity to get on to the following or whatever subsequent meeting. I also have concerns about, we're asking for essentially 2 weeks before a board meeting to provide feedback has some challenges because we don't have sunshine policy for example, that's one of the reasons why, where we ask folks, it's 3 days before we actually have a board meeting, right? And then to post, it's 7 days before to agendize something or to let our public know. But our sunshine policy here, for example, the report that came, I think on Friday from DFCS, wasn't available until I think today or yesterday. And so I asked for a deferral on that. And there's a lot of times where the attachments to the items are not there. The agenda item is there, the description is there, but the actual presentation isn't available to us, right? And so I have a concern with that, and I do have a bit of I do think that we need to look at our sunshine policy to figure out what the board would like to see in terms of material. For example, the DFCS's child welfare material, and it's very dense. I am not a child welfare expert, and it you know, sometimes it'll come like 500 pages. You know, for Friday to read for a Tuesday, it's unfair to the board as well. And so I would ask, not only do we need to submit referrals ahead of time, that we get the materials ahead of time so we can be prepared to have a thoughtful conversation about the items that, you know, that obviously we all care about. Irregardless of whether we care or don't care, it doesn't matter. We just need the material, and the public needs the material. So I do think that there's another issue that is in play here, and that's the sunshine policy. Aside from that, I think that there is a bit of a solution here, and that is that we could, if there was an urgent, you know, something emergent that happened because the federal administration has been throwing things at us left and right, that we could waive that cover sheet. We could vote to waive it if we wanted to, so that we could put it on agenda. And I think this is Palo Alto that has this. They could put it on the agenda and you can have a discussion. You won't be able to vote on it, right? But you at least can formulate what that looks like collectively and have that conversation in the public, and then have that referral move forward. That's another option that we could take collectively as a board. I appreciate that we're moving this forward. I know that Supervisor Ellenberg and I worked on this, and I'm glad that you're bringing it back. But for me, it brings up some issues that I find troubling in terms of receiving information. I don't mind submitting things ahead of time and getting that feedback. I like getting feedback from administration. I think I've been pretty collaborative with my referrals or even just memos that I submit. I think that's a collaborative policymaking approach. I just don't want a 2-week referral timeline. I do want us to have an exception to the rule, but the rule be that it's 2 weeks, and I think that's very considerate of all of us. I would like to get the material 2 weeks ahead of time, but that's not happening. So anyways, there's a couple of things. One is the sunshine policy, and 2 is having an outline of what we are going to discuss for the following, 3 months, so that we can get ahead of, I know, in November, we're going to talk about budget, and we're going to have study sessions, we're going to have this and that, or blah, blah, blah. So I know that I need to start formulating my referrals if I have a referral. You don't need to if there's no necessity for it. But if we know ahead of time, then it allows us to prepare for it. So I think that this alone is good, but I think better would be, let's figure out our sunshine policy, and let's figure out a horizon report or look ahead calendar that we can that not only we could be prepared for, but our residents could loosely know what to expect during certain months. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, Supervisor Ellenberg?
So I
Oh,
think.
I'm sorry, you finished.
You know, I'd love to hear the conversation, and then maybe I'll ask for an amendment, but for now, I'd just love to hear.
Thank you. Thank you to administration for proposing something for us, and appreciate my colleagues' comments. I'll note a couple of things. Supervisor Arenas, you raised an excellent point that I unfortunately find myself making rather often, which is that when materials are submitted to the agenda late, it is very difficult to have time in every case to fully review them. So aside from this, I don't want everything to be connected and possibly held back. I think we do need a stronger policy such that if all agenda items are not submitted by the agenda date, that they automatically are moved to the next meeting. I just think of numerous documents, even on regular reports, quarterly reports. You know when all the DFCS reports are coming. I know when all of the public health reports are coming, but still receiving them late is challenging for us. So while you appreciate James wanting to get our information in advance with time to be thoughtful, we would like to see the same thing. Certainly, and what I see and appreciate in the draft from administration is a very clear articulation that these are administration recommendations. I don't feel that board agency or independence is lost here. Certainly, Supervisor Arenas, any one of us can bring something and ask for a waiver of the policy if there is indeed urgency. On the other hand, it also gives each of us kind of an easier opportunity if something is submitted without the cover sheet to say, can we get more information on it first? If we've all agreed to a policy, then ideally we will all follow it outside of urgent, emergent situations. In addition to Supervisor Abe-Koga's request for a definition of referral, and I agree, I know they lump things together. When I ask for information back during a meeting, I never think of that as a referral. I understand that it still requires administration time. I certainly wouldn't want to have to slow down a whole meeting to say, this is now going to be a referral, and do I need to bring it back later, and should it be reviewed? So a clear definition that we all agree on in referral is important. Also, small initiative, medium initiative, and major initiative, I would like a little bit more specificity on. And finally, and maybe James or Greta or the clerk can say a little bit more about this, my team seems to know like half a year ahead at least what is coming, if not more, and there's some way on Minitrack or something to see kind of skeletal agenda outlines out for months and months. I don't know what they do or how they find it.
The clerk of the board has a futures report for items that have a date certain. So for instance, items that are scheduled for public hearing, items where referrals, like I'll give you an example, the board earlier today approved a referral to come back in January regarding items related to budget and contracting. So that'll show up now on the clerk's list as something scheduled for January, mid-years in February. So those kinds of items are there and available. I do think it's important to distinguish between those kinds of items and routine types of contracts or regulatory items, many of which come to us under certain state timelines and other things. But that I do think is a discussion that's for a separate process. We certainly could move up timelines for report backs on items to the board. If we were to do that, I do think we would need to lengthen the time between when requests are made and when the item is scheduled for a board meeting, because the reality under the current timelines is, in most cases, there's a very limited time period between a board meeting and when the item is going to a committee or coming back to the board. But
Although an extension can always be requested as well.
we try to avoid that. I mean, we do that from time to time. But yes, I mean, we can always request to hold the item to a later date, and we do that from time to time. That used to be extremely common in prior years, and we've worked really hard to try to minimize that. I think it's more useful for if there's a date calendared for an item to try to stick to that date than know that it's going to slip. But
Well, I hope there are clearly lots of iterations and room for improvement on both sides of this table as well as opposite it. And I would hope today, since we have a motion and a second, that this cover sheet experiment will move forward so that we can start implementing that and get some information back on the practicalities of submitting information earlier for inclusion on an upcoming agenda. I don't even know, does sunshine policy mean that 72 hours or that 1 week before?
Well, that is a standard, but you can ask for it 5 days before. You can ask for it 7 days before. This is just
And what
minimum.
do we do?
We do 3 days before it is the requirement to upload presentations or memos, 7 days to give notice to the public.
Thank you for that explanation.
But we can change it.
Yeah.
The city of San Jose has a very different
Got it. Okay.
sunshine policy.
Thanks for
than
the
that.
distinction.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Young.
Thank you. James, I just want to thank you and your team for bringing this item forward as a response to a request by this board. And I understand, I fully appreciate the problem we're trying to solve is to somehow have a handle on this numerous volume of referrals. So some initial thoughts. I appreciate the definitions, and further definition is always helpful. The difference between referrals and also with the directions and requests for information being made directly from the dais has always been an odd relationship to me, right? For lack of a better term, is just that, with referrals, you go through this lengthy process of vetting, research, citations, checking in with staff, but then in one fell swoop, we can make a direction, from the board, and it's treated the same way as a referral. So the definition distinctions are something that I find very helpful in terms of developing our governance and being much more efficient in that way. I know that this report back is specific to legislative file referrals that we submit. I really would be interested in administration's thoughts ongoing in the future of how do we treat on-the-spot referrals or directions made from the dais, since I feel like that's the bulk of what's in the matrix. If the North Star is trying to get a handle on the voluminous amount of referrals so that we can still actively govern and have progress at the same time. We can't have it all, right? As I'm often reminded by both staff and colleagues. So there's that. This checklist, I feel, is to me a best practice. These are all things that I would personally do when bringing forth a referral. These are the questions that I would ask myself, ask of my team. But I would say that I echo the sentiments on this board that there will be times where there are emergency situations or urgent matters, and I'm hearing that no one is opposed to that reality, that is something that can happen and does happen, and then a waiver is granted. So process-wise, how do we envision who has the power to grant this waiver? How is that determined?
We do.
So then we then seek permission from our colleagues to bring an idea forward to circumvent this timeline.
Through the chair. So my idea was that if there was something urgent, like I'm going to use one of mine, for example, the emergency proclamation that we did for the wellness, the well-being of Latinos in this county, their health and well-being. It's kind of an urgent thing so that we can continue with some of the items that are on our work plan. And because of all of the things that were happening in our community that were being targeted, right? And so it was it was symbolic in nature, but also practical in what we were doing, right? That I could have said, listen, guys, I don't have a cover sheet for this. No one has determined what this is going to, cost or how many hours are going to be spent. I would love to see a waiver from my board. Can we waive this time because it's an urgent matter? For that kind of thing, in that kind of proclamation, that it may only need a certain amount of hours from county council, maybe some minimal hours. I don't speak for him, but I would say, we've done these kinds of proclamations before, and so I would think that there's some standard language, right? And he just needs to make sure that we are, we're in line with to make sure that we're not going to be picked on by the federal government and all those things. And so then if we waive it, we can continue to have the referral kind of move in that direction, so we can have a discussion about it. We can decide whether we vote on it or not vote on it. I think Palo Alto has, and we don't have to rely on what Palo Alto does. We can do our own thing. Palo Alto says, you can bring it to the dais without a cover sheet, but only discuss it and not vote on it until the next time. But I think for me, it was like, if it's urgent, then I would just ask for a waiver so that we can just move it through, right? And maybe we could say, hey, you only get 2 waivers, 3 waivers a year, something like that, right? I mean, we can figure out what kind of, maximum we can ask in terms of waivers, right? Because if everything is urgent, right? Anyways, so that's just something that for us to consider. So that we can also have an exception to the rule, because there's always exceptions, right? There's always kinds of urgencies. I mean, we came to a conclusion about putting Measure A on the ballot rather quickly, right? We had to. So these are the kinds of things that we just have to do quickly. So I just want to make sure that we have an exception to the rule, that's all.
I appreciate that. And I think I may be the lone person out on this one here, considering the comments and discussion I've heard. I don't want you to seek a waiver from me in that situation. And, and exactly what the example you just provided, I don't want any of my colleagues to seek a waiver from each other to bring forth a policy idea on behalf of the residents of your district. I recognize that this is probably just me on my own hill on this one, but the power of this board is categorized into two lanes. One is budgetary decisions, 2 is policy decisions. Sometimes we have to move really fast. Sometimes we have the option and the luxury to move slower at a more deliberate pace. I see this checklist as a best practices menu, a guidance. I certainly abide by these set of standards for the short time that I've been here, for the small handful of referrals I have brought forth. They were brought forth and collaborated on months in advance, gone through probably 20 iterations. And then also vetted with the line staff and middle management that's appropriate, where that conversation is appropriate to understand the impact on the daily operations. So I guess I'm kind of trying to do the on one hand and other hand thing here. On the one hand, we do need to have some type of reasonable resolution to the voluminous nature of our referral matrix, whether that be an ongoing vetting process, when we went through the exercise of prioritizing the referrals, the first tranche of that work was reviewing your own district's referrals to see what could be let go. A lot of it was moot. Just by the operations of this county, something had moved forward. State legislation had made that no longer a requirement. Federal legislation had created this into a different crisis, and we pivoted. So there's that. It's messy. I know democracy is messy. That's how the best and highest ideas rise to the top. I would like to further explore. I'm not ready to impose processes for process sake, which is not what I'm trying to accuse of anybody doing here. I just worry about becoming that. We've all heard about the public's concerns about bureaucracy and over-bureaucracy and being in the bowels of bureaucracy myself. I do worry about that in the long run. I honor the authority of this board. I recognize how hard, even more so now having been in this position, but even in my previous iterations of my time here at the county, this room is the church of local government, and I honor your ability and authority to bring forth ideas, bring forth policy proposals during times of crisis, during times of abundance, and I will use this checklist for myself because it helps organize my thoughts. I'm not ready to support a direction or a path towards making this a requirement for referrals to make it to this dais. We all were each elected by our district. We have that authority vested in us by the people who voted us in, to have that leeway in the space here to bring hard conversations and discussions to the table. So I'll stand on my little lonely island for that.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
I'm wondering if perhaps I can throw you a lifeline. I don't disagree with anything you said, and I don't see this as curtailing our authority in any way, but ensuring that are helping us bring forward referrals that are that have more information than we often have, particularly from an administrative assessment point. They could say something is too expensive or don't have capacity or whatever it is, and it is still no authority or agency has been taken from us to say, we're so sorry, we're doing this anyway. Mm-hmm. And the waiver is really, to me, as I understand it, no different from any other vote. If there is something urgent that is brought, as a referral is brought now, we are seeing it for the first time. Essentially, the grant of the waiver is a vote of support for that item. Mm-hmm. What I think that the real difference will be is that while I love and don't want to change the culture on this board that is courteous and respectful, I think it is, I think what I have seen over years is really a tendency to be respectful and say yes to nearly everything. Mm-hmm. And what I think this does is enables each of us to just take a little bit of a breath, hear, not a counter, but hear an administrative assessment. And in the case where something is brought without one, if this passes, we have the opportunity to say, yeah, this has to happen now anyway, or thank you for bringing it, but we'd like to see it go through the process. I think it just sets up some guardrails for us to do more productive and impactful work without stepping on each other and perhaps even saying no prematurely. Mm-hmm. But I hear you, and not only can I hear you, I can hear Joe and Cindy in my head saying, don't take away any of my power. And my read of this is that it doesn't do that. They are making recommendations, and we are setting for ourselves a way to move forward in an organized and accountable way. But I totally respect however you come out on this.
Thank you, Susan. I just want to add again, broaden my comments. I really do appreciate this checklist. I think having a checklist, a uniform standard, what best practices and considerations look like, allows us to have this as a tool for our deliberations when discussing each other's referrals and the possible implications, right? It gives us more information to dive deep. Again, I shudder at the idea of this becoming a gatekeeping exercise. Depending, no matter who is on this board, I could see how this can become a process for process sake in the future, in future iterations of what this board may look like, who knows? But there is that possibility of us then using maneuvers to block each other's referrals, and I hope that we never get there. I don't think that we would get there hopefully not during my tenure here, but yeah, yeah, it's all right. It's, and I appreciate the waiver discussion. I do. I can't imagine myself sitting here trying to convince my colleagues that something is an emergency, and I would rather cut to the quick and say, there's an emergency, that this is the problem to fix, and here's how I propose we fix and respond to it. Yeah. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. The other light I saw first was Supervisor. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to keep it short. Supervisor Ellenberg eloquently stated similar thoughts to what I had. And I would just say that, yes, I think this is trying to achieve a balance of being mindful of our limited resources, but also reserving our responsibilities and ability as supervisors to bring up issues of importance. But I also think that it's a balance between us as individual supervisors as well as our collective body as the five of us. And I think that's really important. I think anybody can bring up any idea, proposal, but we have to move as a board, and so this process allows us that ability to have those discussions, to decide if something is pertinent for the majority of the board to move on, and so the waiver always gives us that right to bring anything up, right? But again, I think we have to have that discussion here and then decide whether to move forward. And this is a way of doing that. And it's a process that can be changed. It's a new process. I think it's always good to try something out and revisit it in a year's time or whatnot to see how it's working and whether it needs to be revised. So it is an iterative process is how I look at it. So I would ask that we just try it out for a while and see how it goes. And if we need to make revisions, we can. And I do appreciate Vice President Arenas' comments. I agree. I'm used to, and I guess we have it through the clerk, but I'm used to a 3-month outlook. We used to call it a tentative agenda list that had what was planned for the next 3 months. And it was tentative, so things could always change, but available to the public, very much accessible on the website, just to give the public, us as board supervisors, an idea of what's coming forward so we can prepare better. So I need to look at what the clerk is providing now, but if there is, I would like to at some point have a discussion on how to better, create better transparency in the work that we're doing. But I'm assuming that that's a different item, so we'll just stick with this referral item for today. Thanks.
Vice President, you have anything?
Sure. Well, I think it is part of this process, because if we're expected to submit a referral 2 weeks ahead of time, we need to know what's coming a month ahead of time, right? So we can have the 2 weeks to have them come back, enough time for us to develop a memo in case we need to further develop the memo. I know that on Minute Track, this is the items that are standard, which are quarterly reports or things that we normally see on an ongoing basis. You can find those, but the public can't find it on Minute Track, right? I mean, we barely can find our minute track ourselves here. I'm just me, not you guys. You guys find it all the time. It's just me. And so I just think like you, I think for transparency's sake, and I think for our stakeholders who might want to hear about the unhoused or the homeless issues or the housing issues that are happening on such and such and such and such and such a date, they can figure out when they want to show up or not show up, right? And so I think for community participation, for just overall transparency, I'd love to see something incorporated into this motion about the sunshine policy. I'd also like to see the waiver coming in, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse or anything, but I was just thinking back about there are things that I got, when I would submit some stuff, there's some things that might have gotten rejected over time when I was a council member. It doesn't feel good, but that's what the Rules Committee does, right? The Rules Committee, when you're on council, looks at your referrals and says yay or nay. And sometimes we had to say nay, and it doesn't feel good to say that to a colleague, but you don't do it for, because you want to keep that person from moving forward, but you look at a certain criteria, is this where it needs to be, so that we can all discuss the item. And there are times where we'd say no, it's not. The idea is not formulated enough or not researched enough. And so then we would have to tell a council member, hey, you have to go back and work on such and such area. And so I think that level of transparency, even though it might be uncomfortable, sometimes even awkward, I think it allows for better policymaking with all of us, right? We're a smaller group, so it feels more intimate, more personal maybe even when there's feedback. But the feedback in and of itself is not a criticism of me or criticism of the policy. It's to make sure that we not inadvertently create an impact on the community, on residents, or on stakeholders that we don't want, right? Because maybe I'm just thinking about this particular policy with the lens that I have, the perspective that I have, and all of us here may have different lenses, right? We're not used to having that conversation, or at least I haven't had that experience here on the board in terms of kind of, what they say, sausage making, right? Like we all kind of put it together. But this, for the very first time, feels like it, right? This policy around board referrals, I feel like we are making that sausage and we're trying to figure out what actually works for us. I'm okay. I'm not okay giving up my power, and I think you've all heard me be very staunch about that. I'm here for a reason, and I want the role that I have to be incorporated and to be respected and to lead with policy. This, to me, is just process that allows for us to do some of that sausage making. So I'm okay with defining a board referral and defining it in the ways that administration has come up with. I appreciate it. It's thoughtful. You've listened to at least some of us who were here before that gave you that feedback. I think it's practical. The only thing that for me that is missing is that it may not be able, the turnaround time may not work for us. One, because we only have 2 meetings a month, and it has to fall right on the very, the right date in order for us to get that back. In order, if it's at the beginning of the month, to be able to get that cover sheet back 2 weeks later, to be able to potentially place that item on the second meeting of the month, right? If in fact we're doing it at the beginning of the month or doing our referrals at the beginning of the month, if we know what's going to be on the agenda for both of those days. And so for me, either we reduce the 2 weeks to a 1 week, or we figure out another way to maybe have some exceptions to the rule. I don't know what's perfect. I know that we can test this out, see how it works. If it doesn't work, we can, any Tuesday of the month, we can bring it back and figure out what actually is more practical. So I still would love to see a waiver, that we could request. And I don't know if it's already, it's a given. I don't know if it's a given, but I would like for us to at least agree that we could do it, right? And then a sunshine policy that would allow us to know what's going to be on the agenda for the following 3 months, outside of what we see on Minute Track that is standard, that we all kind of can figure out what's on. And not only for us, but for our folks, and for items to be posted. And I don't know if I'm skating on this, but I would like for items to be posted 5 days rather than 3 days. 5 days before a meeting, not 3 days before a meeting. That means on Friday night, we're all hustling to read and to do all of the things we need to do, aside from going to fundraisers and, all of the things that we need to go to make sure that we stay connected to our community and we honor them. And then also read and be prepared for a Tuesday. I like for folks to try that out once in a while.
If those are amendments you'd like to add, I'm happy to.
I would love to make all that an amendment. The last 15 minutes, yes, an amendment.
Yeah, well, I support every item you mentioned.
Perfect.
I just wasn't sure if you
so,
wanted to.
So 5 days posting of items that we're receiving versus 3 days. I don't know if you all want more than 1 week posting of the agenda. So we have 1 week to know what's on the final agenda. It's 7 days before the date of the agenda. We could have it 10 days if we all wanted to. We can change that any Tuesday of the month, and if that's not an item that we care about, then we can let it go. I'd like to see a waiver, and then I'd also like to see the opportunity of discussing a referral without a cover sheet, if that's something that you're interested. I'm okay if we don't do that, but at least the exception to the waiver, I think, is a minimum, something that's important to me.
Could I just interject for 1 minute here? I want to make sure that we're focusing this conversation on the referral process, which is the subject of the agendized item. So I'm understanding.
It is the referral process.
So we're only speaking about referrals.
No, but it is about the referral process, because you need, if we're going to have a 2-week turnaround, Tony, we need to know what's on the agenda for a month, 2 months ahead of time. If we don't know what exactly is on the agenda, because we don't have the kind of calendar, or we don't get that material back, that's also really important.
I'm not taking issue with advance notice of what referrals are coming back. What I'm just pointing out is that when we're talking about advance posting of the agenda, that's outside the scope of what's been agendized for this particular item. And if we're talking about how far in advance we're posting items, if we're speaking about that in the context of a response to a referral, absolutely within the context of this item. If we're speaking about it more broadly, that's something that we should agendize at a later time, do a full analysis on, and bring it to you so that we can plan accordingly. I just want to make sure that we're all clear on what the scope of the conversation and the motion is.
Let me make a couple suggestions, because I think there's a few things that are being maybe conflated together. I just wanted to clarify 2 things. One is that the proposal embodied in this item from administrations with respect to those separately agendized referrals, not motions and direction on items that are otherwise in front of the board. So I wanted to clarify that, because it sounded from the conversation like it was related to motions that are being made on otherwise agendized items. I think we can certainly do some assessment around what processes would need to look like to publish materials earlier than we currently do, which is to have the agendas posted a week in advance. That's an item that's going to require a conversation with the clerk's office, and also an assessment of what categories of items we're talking about. Because as the board is well aware, right, there are lots of consent calendar items on the agenda, many of which are items that require board approval, but sometimes are related to state grants or other things that are not, able to be known or moved forward on a more advanced timeline, which is distinct from things that are wholly within our control, like the example of the DFCS quarterly report item, which, certainly if it's not ready, can be deferred to a subsequent meeting. So I think those are all things that require further assessment. With respect to the waiver, obviously the board has the ability at any time to waive any of its rules. That the board can't get rid of that authority, candidly. And the rules of the board make very clear that any 3 votes of the board can waive any board rule, period. So that I just wanted to note that because I do think it does make sense to just make clear that there may be circumstances where it's appropriate to deviate from the process altogether, but I just wanted to ensure that everyone, for the public, understood that the 3 members of the board always have that authority, regardless of what's officially stated in any particular policy or protocol. That's an inherent power that 3 members of the board have, unless there's a state law that might require something different or a public hearing requirement with certain things. But as a generic matter on 99% of things in front of the board, any process or procedure item that's imposed locally can be waived by 3 members of the board. I do think if there's a desire to kind of see how this interplays with the broader agenda process and calendaring and everything else, I think my recommendation would be we bring this back with all of those pieces and not move forward with something right now, because we have not had the discussions at a staff level, including with the clerk's office, as well as an assessment of what items are the kinds of items. One of the most common things that's posted later than the agenda publication timeline are the fully executed, or not fully executed, but the contractor signed versions of contracts. That's probably the most frequent supplemental item. But those are things that would need to be assessed so that we're applying it to the right categories of things in a way that is responsive to the board's concerns, but isn't putting the county organization in a position where we're having operations negatively impacted. But we're not prepared to have that conversation today. And so if the board's desire is to couple those things together, I think this item should be deferred.
Can I respond to that? It was my time to speak. So I'll go ahead and I know you're open to talking about the sunshine policy. So I'm going to make a referral out of the sunshine policy now. So that do you need a referral to prior direction? It sounds like you're willing to look into the posting.
If I could interrupt, I was going to suggest that we today vote on the motions as stands and add to that a direction to bring back, administration bring back to the board the items of the sunshine items you talk about in terms of posting the agenda earlier, providing a 3-month outlook, and I forget the other item, but with options, yes. So if that covers your...
Perfect, thank you. Thank you. And does that work?
With the seconder...
Tony, that works.
Tony? We're like...
Yes, I'm just trying to keep track of the motion. Can I try to recite it back to make sure I've got the pieces? Please. Okay, so one is to change the definition of referral to explicitly state that it's direction to the board. Second, I'm a little bit unclear on the time.
A referral isn't direction to the board.
I'm sorry, direction to administration. Thank you.
We love to talk.
I was scribbling quickly, obviously, not very legibly. So I did not quite catch, I think there's a little bit of confusion about the timelines here. So the report states that the cover sheet needs to be filled out 1 week in advance. Administration then responds when it is, when the agenda is published. Did I understand that the motion that is evolved to be a 2-week, the cover sheet is submitted 2 weeks in advance, and then it comes back 1 week in advance?
I don't think there was any change.
didn't
I just
have
think
a-
some of the conversation was conflating the San Jose 2 weeks with the 1 week we proposed.
Okay, so we're sticking with what's in the report.
Well, I'm sorry. The interest was that we have time, it come back, and I don't know if it's a week or how many days, but sooner, so the maker of the referral would have the opportunity to amend, if they wanted to amend the referral to include staff's input.
I would say that that responsibility is on us. If you can get your referral in 2 weeks before, I think the idea is that administration needs a week. So if you put it in a week before, it will likely come out with the agenda. If you do it further ahead, it should still be the week that applies, which would give you time. A week from submission. Does that make that clear?
Yes, if it's a week, I don't want it to be 2 weeks and then it comes with the agenda.
But if
though,
you
right?
send it, you're so organized, and you submit
Yes.
something for feedback 4 weeks ahead,
Sure.
you should get it back after a week, still
Yes.
after 1 week, so
That
that
makes
you have another 2 weeks to do whatever you want.
Yes, I just didn't,
So the board members submitting it would get it back 1 week after it's given to administration.
That's great. I think that's. Yeah.
And then the third piece is that there would be an exception or a waiver process. The board could choose to waive the sort of cover sheet time requirements they're setting for each other, which essentially is a recognition of the rules as they currently exist. And then there is a
Let me
referral.
comment on that. Sorry,
Yes,
I
of
don't,
course.
I don't feel that that's necessary, because a formal waiver, because by definition, if you bring something that hasn't been through the process, you've waived the process, and the board either votes yes or no on the item. The asking for a waiver seems to just be an extra step without a different impact.
So there's no limitations, you can come and do a waiver?
You can, if you don't, so I would say if you don't follow the process, if the process is agreed upon and you bring something, you should certainly be prepared to make the argument that this is urgent. I didn't have time to, there wasn't time to go through the 2-week process. This can't wait. The need is now. And as with everything else, when you're compelling, the
I'm
board will
fine
go.
with, that. I just thought we could have that parameter, but I'm fine with, I think everybody is obviously responsible and an adult, and they can decide for themselves what they consider an emergency or urgent. Yeah.
Could I make a suggestion on that? We actually have an existing process that I think would just be very simple, which is under the current board sponsorship policy, the policy requires 30 days advanced approval. You'll note on almost every board agenda, there's 1 or 2 where that's being waived because of the calendar timelines. And all that's done there is there's just a sentence that just says that so that people know. And that's not a separate vote or a separate
It's just a
anything.
statement.
But then people just know that that's an item that's being brought forward outside of that normal process.
It's part of the recommended action.
It's part of the item.
That's clean.
So we won't add that, keep that in then. If it's already a policy, let's just strike it from this motion.
And I think the suggestion would be that would be
Yeah,
how
that's for
you
the
would.
sponsorship.
The
for the
go-to
board.
or the
Yeah.
fallback.
Yes.
Okay.
So the board can list that when they're bringing forward something where they're seeking to move forward without the cover sheet meeting its standard timeframe.
Sounds good.
Okay, and then the sort of sunshine standards we've been talking about in terms of the responsive materials being posted in advance, the 3-month sort of forward-looking document and agenda publication is something that will essentially be a referral for a report back at a later time.
Yes, if that's okay. Great, thank you.
Vice President, do you have any further comments? Okay, good. Well, I think the sausage making part has been done already, so there's not a whole lot I need to add on to it. So thank you, my colleagues, for working it out. And as I think Supervisor Young used to call it geek it out, and so we got that done just now. But I just want to say thank you for administration for putting forth. I think this is a good path forward so that there will be sufficient staff review along with our team to come up with referral that's more thoroughly clean up. And so I think in the long run, I think it's the right things. And the fact that we also build in this other measure for emergency or urgent measures, like say if we have the same situation like we did with Measure A, we could still do that, right? Call a meeting, we come up and vote, so we don't need to go through another memo or cover sheet to make that happen. So I think that's already been built. And so I just want to say thank you, everybody, for the good work on this. And no, Tony, your light's on. You have any more?
Nothing more.
Okay, so let's go take a vote.
Supervisor Abacoga?
Aye.
Let me back up just a minute. A motion by Supervisor Abacoga, seconded by Vice President Arenas. Supervisor Abacoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Young?
No.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, I think we're moving to item 14, which is recommendations relating to the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, VHHP. And I see our CEO of our hospitals systems we have here, Paul Lorenz. Good afternoon, Paul.
Thank you, President Lee, members of the board. Paul Lorenz, CEO for Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. I, of course, have two leaders whom you know well. Celine Ho was just recently appointed our interim director of primary care for our health system. And of course, you know, yes, we're very happy about it. And then Christy Rouse with the Valley Homeless Program. I'll turn it over to them for their report.
Good afternoon, President Lee and members of the board. He already introduced us, but just for the record, I'm Christy Rouse, Assistant Nurse Manager with VHHP. In your board packet, we have specific information related to colorectal cancer rate and connection to services for our depression screenings. Also, we've included the HRSA grant budget update and the service area competition. The service area competition application is to renew our HRSA grant for an additional 4-year term through 2030 in the amount of $3 million per year. So from here, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, anyone in the public like to speak on this?
I do have 2 public speakers in chambers and currently none on Zoom. Last call for Zoom speakers. All right, we'll close the queue at the 2 people in chambers. Although I suspect they may not be here, I have Sean and Jan. Are Sean or Jan still here? Looks like they have left. With that, that concludes our public speakers for item 14.
Okay, let's move and see if any of my colleagues have any questions or comments or motion for this item. Yes, Vice President?
I've got all of it. Thank you so much for the report. I specifically like that you brought in some additional information about the colorectal cancer and then the depression screenings. That is something that I previously had requested back in September, and so thank you so much for the follow-up. And so now I have more questions about this. It is, it was very alarming to see the depression screening by age group, as well as the connection to services by age group. And I was really surprised how, and well, let me just read the numbers so that you can see how surprised I was on some of these things. So for 65 and older, connection to services by age group was 1,548, but yet they connected only 7% of those folks. And so I'm wondering, is it because we don't have enough therapists for them to connect, or because it takes multiple times, or was it transportation? How do we increase that connection to service? Or is there something that you had already reflected on with these numbers?
Thank you for your question, Vice President Arenas. So actually, we actually felt the same looking at this data. But what's important to note is that this is done annually, so that the depression screenings are done annually. So the rate isn't necessarily correct because the numerator we do quarterly. So it's an annual report that we run. But if we're doing it quarterly, the numbers look much lower.
Okay, so the age group, the total number of the folks that you're screening is much lower, or the percentage of the folks that you've connected to services is much lower?
I would also add that for that connection to the services, we have mental health providers on site at Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, and these connections are really for specialty mental health to the behavioral health department. And so you'll see that the numbers that are connected are pretty much referred to our specialty mental health. Those that are seeking services, we already have psychiatry on site with our mental health providers. And so those numbers are not reflected in this connection that you're looking at.
Oh, okay, so the other connections, you're saying there's additional connections, I just don't see them here because I was getting depressed. Okay, I'm not going to make light of this, but it is very concerning to me because I know that I have had family members who I've try to connect to therapy services, including myself, and it is a whole job in and of itself, right? And, I think I have some resources, and so for those folks who don't have resources, I can just imagine how difficult it is. And so I really would love to see additional connection or coordination with behavioral health so that we can, these are the folks who have already, don't have a roof over their head, right? And for families, and we'll see this in another report, there's so many families and so many children living in cars and living in outside. I think outside it was like 500. This is 500, probably of the same people that you're seeing here, right? And so for me, it's really important for us to connect those. And I know that could be really difficult for you to connect those services. And I don't know what it is that can be done differently to create that connection. If it's more app-based, online-based follow-up, some texting that can happen versus a formal phone call or an in-person kind of visit. Or if it's telehealth for some of those folks, so that it doesn't matter where they're at, if you meet them again or don't meet them again, that they actually got connected to somebody for that time. Because, one of the things that was very clear to me as part of the Latino health assessment was that Latino residents had an increase of 48% of suicide rate. And here, I see that I would love to see how you can incorporate, and I gave this direction to behavioral health in the last meeting, so they won't be surprised either, that I'd love for you to incorporate the Latino health assessment because it has a lot of folks who are utilizing our services, right? These are the folks who are overrepresented in our services, and the increase in the suicide rate for me is very alarming. And so I just would love for you to help me figure out how can we, with behavioral health or within your own system, how can we get people connected? Because if we're asking these screenings, there's nothing worse than to just walk away from somebody after they've told you they've been depressed, right?
Supervisor Arenas, at the December report, you had also asked us to align it with the Latino health assessment, and so we have some of the responses in that December report for you.
Okay, Perfect. Okay, so I'm being repetitive. Listen, it's just really important. These are our kiddos who are out there that you are interfacing with, right? That don't have a home. These kiddos are, anyways, they need a connection, or our families also need a connection. As you know, when stress is, obviously it's at its max because you don't have a home and you're struggling. There's dynamics that can happen out of that if you're not handling things well, or there's maladaptive behaviors already within, yourself as a parent or within the family unit. And so I'm just hoping that I can see an increase in these service connections. And so if you could share with me some of those ideas in your next report, that would be really wonderful. And thank you for telling me that you're already aligning and that I'm being a little repetitive here. I was really alarmed by this. So I'll just make a motion to approve the report, and I won't add anything because I've already added to it previously, but I appreciate it. And the last, and by the way, the colorectal cancer, I was really impressed that there was only 2 cases, and so thank you for sharing that with me. It would be great to have some insight into some of these folks, if there was any quotes, if there was any, qualitative information that you could share about the folks, if there is anything that they would allow for you to share. I would love to kind of hear their story. This data obviously tells me something, very upsetting, very sad. Obviously, people just need the services, but I'd love to see what could be added to that. What are we not understanding? And then that coordination with behavioral health would be great. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Young?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, congratulations on your new role, Celine.
Thank you.
Well deserved, I'm sure, hard earned. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I have 2 questions, or 2 categories of questions. The first is, in September, the board approved my proposal to work closely with the city of San Jose and merging our operations and how we could streamline our service delivery to unhoused residents in our various interim shelters. And so that was one of the 3 items, bringing medical and behavioral health services to city-operated interim housing sites. I know that the report back is coming in 2026. Just wanted to do a temperature check. How's it going? Is there a sneak preview? Things good, things bad, things need we to weigh in on?
Yes, things are moving along. We are actually in close contact with Office of Supportive Housing and creating a plan for the on-site services and the schedule of the sites that we consider to be high priority sites initially to roll out the services at those locations.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the sneak peek. And then my second vein of questioning is about the medical mobile unit that we have visiting our various sites. And I have expressed concerns before, and it's been a conversation between our offices about whether their mobile medical unit is being utilized to its full potential, and that families may not be receiving service optimally, particularly at the Sunnyvale shelter, and as new family shelters come online. I've heard that the prior mobile medical unit schedule at the Sunnyvale shelter may have worked for single adults, but with working adults and children in school, there was still an opportunity to align schedules better so that service was provided when the kids were at home. So I would love to know, hear a response or any progress on that logistical operational work.
Thank you, Supervisor Jung. So first of all, I just want to be sure that we are clear that we are in absolute alignment that children and families affected by homelessness are cared for in a manner in which their services related to health care are holistic relative to making sure that they have timely access. And with that, we have to work with the shelters to ensure that. So we are going to go back and meet with the shelter staff and talk about how we can make sure that it is a comprehensive, focused approach relative to ensuring that they have ongoing care and not just related to an MMU. In other words, connected to a medical home, ensuring that they have ongoing care and they have a relationship with their primary care provider. So we were going to go back and identify specific individuals to ensure that they're connected, and then work with the shelter staff to ensure that they understand what the workflows should be to ensure that continuity of care. And so we will report back to you and this board about our progress relative to that.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. Celine, you were leaning in. I don't want to cut you off. Did you have something to also add?
No, I think Paul had articulated that well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I look forward to hearing the updates and learning how our work here progresses.
Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg. Yes.
Thank you. Really, as always, appreciate the report. I noticed in the SAC application that our unhoused older adult population has risen 11%, not a surprise, since the last submission. Does this impact the strategies that you're using to reach clients? Are you thinking about the outreach in any different ways, given that the next time you fill out that application, it's going to increase further likely?
Good question, Supervisor Ellenberg. So yeah, obviously our approach to care does change. As people do age, they have an increased burden of chronic medical conditions. So with that, we do work with community partners, including the PSH sites, because there are some senior sites that we do work with at ensuring access to care. So we do have pharmacists on site who can blister pack medications to decrease the burden of polypharmacy. We do refer to specialty care for some certain health conditions, and we do have community outreach specialists who can assist with transportation to those appointments. And we also work with the case managers at the PSH sites and shelter sites so they can assist with transportation as well.
Thank you.
Okay. I actually do have the same follow-up questions with Supervisor Young regarding the Sunnyvale Hamlin Court shelter, which is now a family shelter. How often does VHHP go outside there? Can you give me some scheduling and how that's been working?
Sure. Great question, President Lee. So we go to the Sunnyvale shelter twice a month.
Twice a month. So it's not really, weekly in this case, it's just twice a month. Now, because of the addition of family, which means lots of kids are there, do we have any type of pediatric nurse or trained individuals at the VHHP team that goes to Sunnyvale?
Currently on the mobile medical unit, we do not have a pediatric nurse or physician. We do have a great connection with Valley Health Center Sunnyvale that does have pediatrics, so we do have a direct connection to a pediatric clinic that's close by.
Right, so that's how you connect them to the services needed by being there twice a month. And I guess that's the other question too. Paul, do you think it'd be feasible, we can see if we can increase the frequency to maybe even weekly instead of twice a month on this site, given the new demands that we have seen?
Yes, Supervisor Lee, and I think that really is the core to Supervisor Young's question is what more can we do to ensure that individuals in that shelter receive ongoing and timely access to care. And so, for example, we've evaluated the children that are currently in the shelter. About half of them are assigned to our primary care system. What we want to do is evaluate to make sure that all of the children have a medical home, have a pediatrician, and that their entire family have access to ongoing care, and not just the episodic care that's arising from the arrival of an MMU. So it's really important that we work closely with the caseworkers at the shelters to understand how they immediately can connect an individual to that care needed, whether it's an urgent type of matter or they just need follow-up care. And so that's something that we're going to refine and get back to you on in terms of how we're going to go about doing that. And it's actually timely because, as I understand it, they're currently at a motel and
Correct.
they're moving back to the shelter in December.
That's great.
So I think this planning and this conversation will help us kind of devise a plan that really meets kind of the intent of what yourself and Supervisor Young are asking.
Okay, thank you. And I know VHHP is only there, like in this case, twice a month. During the time when VHHP is not there, there's still staff that staff the Hamlin Court area. Is there anything we could do to put in so that the staff could contact our clinic more quickly?
Great question, Supervisor, or President Lee, excuse me. Yes, they definitely have a direct contact with our community outreach specialist who then can relay the message.
And that's outside the time that VHHP is visiting. So if something happens, a kid needs medical attention to a clinic, this is something they could do very
Correct.
quickly.
We're operating Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, but they also do have the line to Sunnyvale, the nurse at the Sunnyvale Pediatric Clinic as well.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. Really appreciate it. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I haven't opened for public yet, have I, Rhonda?
You did.
Oh, I did. Okay, all right, that's fine. Then public, no public would like to speak, and if no further comments, do I have a motion? Okay, motion and seconded. Okay,
Second.
thank you so much. So if that's the case, let's go take the vote.
A motion of Supervisor Arenas, seconded by Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving to item number 5, which is receiving the report from the Santa Clara Valley Healthcare relating to integrative medicine.
Thank you, President Lee, members of the board. Again, Paul Lorenz, CEO for Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. Joining me on this item is Dr. Fong Nguyen, our Chief Medical Officer, and Dr. Jenny Biller, who is an obstetrician gynecologist, also fellowship trained in integrative medicine. So what I wanted to do is, first of all, just be sure that your board understands kind of why we're here. Your board did request that the health system return with a plan relative to integrative medicine within Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. So we do have a proposal to integrate integrative medicine into our network of primary care clinics. That plan, we believe, is sustainable relative to our financial model, something that we can grow and learn from as we continue to implement this approach to medicine. With that being said, I'm happy to turn it over to Dr. Fong Nguyen to provide any additional comments, and then we can go into questions.
Good afternoon, President Lee and member of the board. So to just summarize the approach for integrated medicines that we do embrace within the health system is basically a evidence-informed approach to care of the whole person, and is an integration of conventional medicine along with complementary alternative medicine approach. So that's the North Star that we are embracing within our health system. Given the structure of our health system that we already have medical home models within our health centers, we determined that it makes the most sense to incorporate integrative medicine into our medical home model, where our primary care physicians are the individual who know our patient the most. And as you know, many of our patients are very, can be very non-trusting of the health system, and having the physician who provide the day-to-day primary care services to our patient to be the one that is a messenger for the importance of integrative medicines, alternative and complementary services is the best approach. So with that, I'm happy to answer any question that the board might have.
Let's address my colleagues. Should we listen to public first? Yes. How many people would like to speak on this item today?
I currently have 2 speakers in chambers and none on Zoom.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes each.
Last call for Zoom speakers. We're now closing the queue with the 2 speakers in chambers. Can Mike Rogers and Ken Horowitz please come forward, and you may speak in any order.
First. Give me a second.
Good afternoon. Thanks, everybody. It's nice to see this topic make it to the full Board of Supervisors for the first time. It's been at Health and Hospitals the last couple of years. I'll start with a quote from Supervisor Abekoga at the May review at Health and Hospitals meeting, where she asked Paul and the CBH, how does this become more generally available to the county residents? We want to understand what that path is, what that plan is, right? Let's talk about the problem a little bit. 9 of 10 Americans have at least one chronic non-communicable disease. This covers 90% of our healthcare costs in the United States today. Medications only treat the symptoms. Even if GLP-1 and metformin were free, it's not an economically viable model under any circumstances moving forward, right? I came from 35 years in the semiconductor business of building different technologies and organizations. Very cyclical business. Economically, we're in an economic cycle. The challenge is to be successful in that business, where in those cycles, figure out how to work smarter and use innovation to do things differently. And that's how the better semiconductor companies here in the Valley did well. This is an equity issue, right? These services don't exist in the county health system, and yet our safety net population and our ethnic and income diversity have higher rates of all these chronic diseases, right? Number 1 disease among Latin Americans is diabetes. Also very high among the Asian American communities, right? Latin Americans carry a gene that gives them higher propensity fatty liver disease, right? So the value proposition is integrative medicine treats the root causes of chronic diseases with nutrition, metabolic, and lifestyle changes on top of the medical, and it's customized per patient, and it has a track record of being very successful with people. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all. To me, this is a huge issue for our county. 50% of your budget goes to health care, and 25% of our population, our residents, use our Santa Clara Valley healthcare system. So what we're asking is for an expansion into integrative medicine. And this is not something new. This is not voodoo medicine. And many of our residents come from countries that practice a number of these alternative practices, like Ayurvedic medicine, like acupuncture. And so what we're asking you is not to, or me personally, not to accept this report, because I don't think this report goes far enough. We can do better. Our county should be in excellence in medicine, and we're not there. And there are other organizations locally, like Stanford and Kaiser and Palo Alto Medical Foundation, that are doing alternative integrative medicine. So what I ask you to do is to put Santa Clara Valley Healthcare under the fire, make them do better. I think they can do better, and I don't think they answered Supervisor Lee's request, which was the purpose of this particular referral. So thank you for your time, and let's move on this one. It's really important. Thank you.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to go take the prerogative, since this was one of the motions that we put forward, to, in this case, ask my colleague to allow me to make a motion to A, receive the report, and 2 is to have the administration return back to the Health and Hospital Committee, say in March 2026, with a timeline for the SCVH long-term strategy for integrative medicine that's outlined in the staff report, as well as any additional update on the new implementation goals and progress. If I might have a second from my colleague.
Happy to second.
Thank you. So first, let me speak on this motion. First, I'm very supportive of the implementation timeline as discussion as my office has been discussing with both Paul and Dr. Nguyen. And I want to thank both of you for working with our office to roll out the integrative medicine finally. In discussion at the past May HXC meeting and apparent in the staff report, there are meaningful ways that we can move implementation forward without the so-called budget request here. And so my goal is really to bring a lens of integrative medicine to Santa Clara Valley Healthcare, and we will do just that with the capable team of doctors who are trained in the integrative medicine and are willing to help lead our efforts. It's important to note that staff has suggested a model that's financially sustainable by embedding integrative medicine into primary care. And as a past this HXC meeting, SCVH leadership has talked about improving awareness among primary care physicians about integrative medicine services and evidence-based practices that can support a specific subset of our patients who deal with chronic diseases and pain that are not sufficiently addressed by conventional Western medicine approaches, many of those with significant side effects and addiction issues. And so thank you so much to staff for already starting the process by identifying the physicians to serve as the integrative medicine physician lead to provide the leadership oversight and already actively recruiting primary care physicians and providers with integrative medicine training to further expand this expertise within our SCVH system. So I look forward to the concrete timeline with measurable goals to help improve health outcomes, enhance our patients' engagement, and reducing healthcare costs, and ultimately better outcome for all our county residents. Thank you. And yes, Supervisor Abikoga.
Thank you, President Lee, and thank you so much for bringing this and agendizing this item. I know we've talked about it in our HHC meeting, and thank you to staff for the report. I've said it at the committee meetings. I'm a big proponent of integrative medicine. I guess I call it now lived experience, has convinced me of the efficacy of integrated medicine. And I have a question as part of this, but during my breast cancer treatments and chemotherapy, I experienced neuropathy and was referred to an acupuncturist, and that helped cure my neuropathy. So having that lived experience, that's why I'm a great believer of I am now. And that was my question. I appreciate the challenges of being able to get reimbursed for IM, and so embedding it in primary care seems to make sense. But in a situation like mine, where I guess it was cancer treatment, a specialized care, and physician who referred me to, and this is at Stanford, that has this actual department of integrated medicine, and that's how I got the treatment. Is that situation covered in our current scenario?
Yes, Supervisor. The acupuncture is covered by health insurance, including Medi-Cal as well, if it's prescribed by the physician and considered medically necessary.
Okay.
The other treatment that we mentioned that are non-reimbursable, that would be helpful to embed it into primary care model and also within the services that we already provide. Are things such as like yoga, wellness, lifestyle coaching. Those are not, in general, are not reimbursable via Medi-Cal, which a significant portion of our patients are in that group. So by having that as part of the home model, we'll be able to provide those services that we already have resources.
So with a specialty, specialized physicians, whether it's an oncologist or an endocrinologist, if they were to prescribe or IM, then would that be covered? I guess that's my question.
It depends on which services, supervisor, that you're referring to. Because integrated medicine, the complementary and alternative treatments include a lot of it include coaching, lifestyle coaching,
Yes.
nutritional
Mhm.
counseling. Acupuncture is one of the services, and there's other supportive services from that a licensed social worker, for example, can also provide. So we already have a lot of those services embedded within our primary care service area. So we just have to make sure that we build the bridges so that we can inform and educate our primary care physician that these resources are available, and if you believe that it's beneficial to your patient, you should refer the patient.
Okay, so it sounds like the focus is educating our physicians on the availability of IM treatments, and then maybe even acceptance of that in prescribing the steps or recommendations to the patients on treatments. Is that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. Well, I appreciate, and I do look forward to discussing this further through our HHC meeting, and appreciate the president's inclusion of a report back in is it March of 2026? But I definitely am interested in learning more, and ultimately would like to see how we can really, integrate, excuse the pun, IM into our resources and our services that we provide to all of our patients, regardless of the ability to access or to pay for the cost. So thank you for that, and again, second the motion.
Thank you. I got a motion seconded. If no further comments, Supervisor Ellenberg, you have a comment?
Thank you. I'm really enjoying learning about this. Given the focus on nutrition, is there coordination or input from either our public health department or the Office of Sustainability, sort of thinking specifically about our food systems manager or director, relating to integrating nutrition education or support services?
Supervisor Ellenberg, first of all, I would share with this board that we actually do have dietitians that work in our clinics, in our health centers, which is an opportunity to leverage this type of clinical approach. One of the recommendations that we have in this report is to have a physician leader that will help champion those connections, build those bridges between our primary care physicians and the support services, clinical support services, such as dietetic support, so that we can really take advantage of this integrative medicine approach. To your question about working closely with public health and other organizations around dietitian support, that is something that we can look further into, but Dr. Biller may have some comments.
Hi, this is Jenny Biller. Yes, we do have a lot of nutrition support for our diabetic clinic, for obesity education, and for me, because I do a lot of chronic pelvic pain, and my patients who have pelvic pain issues, I usually send them to dietitians and nutritionists to kind of talk about anti-inflammatory diets. And we also have an ambulatory health education department. They provide a lot of wellness classes for free, prenatal yoga, gentle yoga, tai chi, qigong, and their newest program is mindful eating. So everything takes time to build, so we're slowly, baby steps, we're adding different services and trying to, I think my job right now is to encourage the primary care physicians to connect their patients to these services as well.
Thank you. I wasn't suggesting that the hospital system didn't have dietitians, just noting as well the broader county resources and where there are opportunities for cross-education, materials that may already exist, public health indicators that go broader than the specific dietary information, the fact alone that we have a food systems director in our Office of Sustainability are all excellent resources and I think opportunities for integration, not suggesting that you need to pull them in because you don't have this, but it's important for everybody to know what else is happening and for your providers to know that these resources exist as well.
Exactly. I'm very excited about the possibility of working with people from various fields, including public health.
Great. Then I will look forward in the next report back, and I'll add this to the motion. Direction to just tell us how you have reached out to public health and to the Office of Sustainability around food systems, and whether there are any opportunities for partnership there, or if it was a one-off introduction to just make sure everybody knows who everyone else is. Thank you.
Yes, that's acceptable to maker and acceptable to second as well. Yes, Supervisor Young.
Thank you. Some edifying questions for myself. The IM services that we can offer, is that a revenue opportunity for cash paying or commercial insured individuals to tap into those services?
So to the extent, depending on the insurance, we will make sure that we maximize the reimbursement for eligible services. So if these IM services are reimbursable, we will work with that health plan to get reimbursed. One of the efforts that we're going to undertake is reviewing our charge capture around this service line to make sure that we're capturing all the potential chargeable types of encounters and visits or services related to IM.
Thank you. I feel that with the recent Measure A passage, that was a whole ad campaign for the breadth of services and just how great our Valley Health System is. So I feel that there's an opportunity here to reach a broader breadth of potential patients, clients, and customers. I want to understand, like, as health insurance barriers are about to get worse for everyone, how do we currently cover these services with the Santa Clara Family Health Plan or the Valley Health Plan?
Supervisor, I would have to report back to you on the specific services. We did some initial research. Some of the well-known, and I think you mentioned, such as acupuncture and some others are covered, but others are not.
Yeah.
And so we can better define that for you.
Would love to know what is covered, what is not, and the category of IM. Like, is cupping covered? Gạo gió?
Those, gạo gió, no, it's not covered, but acupuncture is, and we do refer patient out for a lot of the non-reimbursable, the lifestyle counseling, the yoga and mindfulness. We do have those provide free services to our patients right now. It's part of our ambulatory educational program.
Would love to learn more about the breadth of those services and how they're covered now, and and I'm happy to hear that it's not charged to our clients. I heard a giggle over here, so y'all laugh, but Gao Ya is now offered as a service at these boutique health clinics, like our wellness clinics, and then they charge a grip when my aunt does it for free in the kitchen. So, just But and that leads to me just to this next observation. As I hear more about IM, as I hear more about holistic health, I really feel that in this county especially, it's increasingly synonymous with cultural competency and rooted in daily practices from home cultures that can counteract some of the other habits or health disparities that's coming through limited access to healthy foods or farmers markets or just increased activity. Or an active lifestyle, which some folks may be accustomed to more in their home cultures. So really excited to see the development of this. I do want to echo some of the public comment that we've heard today, that more plan, more next steps, and more of a timeline on how to implement these next steps, or even if it's just in concept or aspirational an aspirational plan. I think that would be a step further in the direction of rolling out something that would be tangible in the years to come. Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion, we got a second. My last comment really is just want to thank staff for putting this report together. But I also want to give a great shout out to Dr. Horowitz, who has been coming to us for many years in the Health and Hospital Committee to advocate the importance of integrated medicine. So this would not have been here without his strong advocacies and education to everybody. So I just want to say thank him and his commission for the good work that they're doing to improve our health delivery on our county. Last quote I want to give is basically this: "You are what you eat." You haven't heard this before? Yes. No, I'm not just saying this for everybody, right? So when we talk about mindful eating, that's not this is, don't take any of my eye movement to any editorial. No. But no, I think it's important that we practice. I think mindfulness. I think a few of our supervisors here actually practice yoga from time to time as well. That's the other great practice I've been doing, and my staff would remind me that, Aura, have you not done your yoga lately? When they realize that I'm a little bit tense at times. So I think these are all good practices for us to improve our health in so many ways. So without further ado, Rhonda, let's go take the vote.
All right. On motion of President Lee, on second of Supervisor Abe-Koga, Supervisor Abe-Koga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So going to item 18 now. It's a report from the Office of Supportive Housing relating to our Heading Home campaign. Are they doing some musical chairs? I see, again, KJ Kaminsky from our Office of Supportive Housing Director. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Lee, members of the board. KJ Kaminsky, Director for the Office of Supportive Housing, joined by Hillary Armstrong, Deputy Director. This is our regular report on our Heading Home campaign. Hillary is going to share a presentation highlighting our progress and trends that we are seeing in our support for families experiencing homelessness in our community.
Thank you, KJ. Good afternoon. We are excited to be here today reporting some highlights of our progress over the past 4 years in our efforts to permanently house families experiencing homelessness and prevent family homelessness. However, we also know that there is more work ahead. And our focus going into the next phase is to sustain the progress that we have made and to protect and maximize the programs and funding that we have. So slide 2 provides just a quick reminder for the board and the public of the 4 core strategies that we as a community with our partners agreed upon launching this campaign back in October 2021. And throughout the report, we'll speak a little bit to our progress in these areas and also some areas where we are looking to pivot and shift a bit. The next slide provides the board with an overview of our overall progress, which we are very happy to say that we have housed over 2,500 families with children and almost 5,000 children within those families. And so that alone just feels wonderful to be able to share with you all. In addition, more than 4,000 families have access services through our homelessness prevention system, which helps alleviate the pressures that folks face economically and hopefully avoid the trauma of displacement and homelessness. And finally, we have nearly 2,000 units of family housing that is supportive and affordable, that is either open, under construction, or in our development pipeline, made possible by our 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond. The next few slides provide some deeper dives into our data dashboard, which is provided as attachment A. I'm not going to read every little bit, and I can't even with my glasses on. But just a few highlights. We wanted to share, this slide shows the breakdown, and again, just the sheer number of children and the fact that so many of those children are age 5 and younger who we've been able to house and serve through this campaign. And, we look at, kind of adverse childhood experiences and trying to avoid trauma. And so kind of one of the main aspects of this campaign is trying to avoid trauma and trying to connect families to supportive services. The next slide, again, has a lot of information on it. One of the things that we would share is that more than half of the families that we see coming in through our coordinated entry system are either in shelter or sleeping in cars. And so, when we look at different subpopulations, we do see that they experience homelessness a little bit differently. And another thing that we would highlight from this slide is we see kind of both folks who are very new to homelessness in terms of less than 3 months since they were stably housed, and some families, about a quarter of families, who are what we would probably consider chronically unhoused or homeless, which they have been around 2 years or more since they were stably housed. So I think that just tells us the need for this continuum of interventions. We also see in the monthly housing placements, which is a lot of months, you can see that surge back in kind of the winter of 2022-23 when we had the emergency housing vouchers awarded in our community. And as we work with the Housing Authority on the future of that program, just knowing the success that we had when we had dedicated resources for families. This slide, we wanted to highlight what we see in the demographics of our families that we serve. And about 70% of those families are Latino, and 80% have a female head of household. We also see a high level of someone in the household having some sort of disability, about 60%, and also almost 60% are survivors of gender-based violence. And so really, again, trying to better understand the community and who is experiencing family homelessness, and kind of recognizing the board's other initiatives, the Latino Health Assessment, and making sure that we are connecting all of these pieces as we look at serving families experiencing homelessness. We always want to share some good news. And so, like I said, we've got 534 new units of supportive and affordable housing that's open for families. Some of those new units are Bellarmino in San Jose, which is photographed here. This is a Housing Authority development. And attachment B includes more details on specific progress that we've made. Since our last report, we have 4 new projects that are open with family units: La Avenida, Alum Rock, the Parkmore Hub, and Tamian. And then we have 2 opening soon and 4 that are also under construction. We also wanted to highlight the efforts to expand emergency shelter programs for families. When we started the campaign back in the fall of 2021, we had just a few hundred family beds throughout the county, and now we have 1,300 and counting. Really just focusing on the successes that we do see for families who do go through emergency shelter programs. Around 60% exit to a permanent housing destination, which is higher than we see kind of in general shelter outcomes. And as of October 2025, however, we do still have a ton of need for family shelter. We had about 400 families on the shelter wait list through the Here For You hotline, with an average wait time of about 42 days to placement. So that is an area that we continue to be watching closely and try to address. The board is also, we wanted to inform you that we have additional family shelter resources coming online. This is under construction photo of the Palo Alto Home Key project, which included board support through our Service Enriched Shelter Challenge Grant program. And you all approved on consent the Santa Clara Family Community, the next steps for that Home Key project that will start construction early next year. We also wanted to report back on some of our efforts in collaboration with education partners and the Housing Authority. We have, in partnership with the Santa Clara County Office of Education, the Housing Authority, and DFCS, worked to really maximize our use of the FYI and FUP or FUP vouchers. And there's more details about these programs on page 5 of your report regarding the households that have been able to access these programs. But just that collaboration and having the Office of Ed really flag the need to maximize this resource has been really helpful. We also are continuing to work with shelter staff around coordination with each school district's McKinney-Vento liaisons, and we have updated the quality assurance standards for shelters countywide to include that collaboration and communication, as well as the next step will be to include requirements in our contracts for shelter providers. We also have been piloting some programs with flex funds through our staff at the Office of Supportive Housing in coordination with a couple of school districts, and really just kind of seeing what we can do with these flexible funding sources and kind of school districts or schools that we know have high levels of need, and just trying to limit the kind of hoops that families have to jump through. We also participated on Saturday in a really uplifting and inspiring School Boards Association symposium on the needs of unhoused learners. And, you know, I think that really spoke to our future opportunities for really collaboration, and in particular bringing this, these into the community plan process for the next community plan to end homelessness. We don't have a slide, but I did want to flag for the board that we have new data in Appendix E of the dashboard regarding city affiliation for both newly unhoused families and those who we have housed. And the largest number of families have been affiliated with the city of San Jose, around 85%, followed by other cities that we know experience high levels of overall homelessness, including Santa Clara, Gilroy, Mountain View, and Sunnyvale. So with that, we leave the board with our next steps, which we continue to face challenges. We're working closely with the Housing Authority regarding the kind of future of the program for emergency housing vouchers and working to ensure stability for those families. And this campaign has really spoken to our ability to maximize one-time funds and unique opportunities. And so with that, we're just going to keep building on these partnerships as we show the ability to really pivot quickly in this dynamic environment and integrate these plans into the community plan process that we'll keep the board posted on. So with that, we are available for your questions.
Thank you, Hillary. Do we have anybody in public like to speak on this item, Rhonda?
I currently have no public speakers, either in Zoom or in chambers.
Okay, let's close out the public speaking portion. I believe Vice President, your lights first.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate you on the really fabulous work. I mean, you know, this is a lot of, I think when I first started as a council member and I started talking about families, and I said, oh, so how many families do we serve? Or how many are there in our city? And there was a point in time count, and they said, oh, we don't count them. And I was like, what? I said, you don't count families? And they said, to what end? And I was just really surprised and mortified that we wouldn't count our families. But I recognized that there were so many challenges to do that. And I'm not saying that to be critical. I think there was just an adjustment for the city of San Jose trying to provide the supportive services that we now see here at the county, that we now see at the city of San Jose, but it was definitely has been a long road. I've got to say that I'm really proud to be serving in this county. I was very proud to serve at the city of San Jose. They did turn it around. They did turn it around, and I know with this this campaign, it really brought it. I was going to say brought it home, but I was like, do not do it. I heard your pun earlier, Margaret, the integrate piece. I was like, don't do it, Sylvia. But listen, I really love that we're championing and creating space and momentum and acknowledging what a family goes through, because it's so different, right, than an individual. It's so much easier to house an individual because it's one person, and sometimes he or she comes with a pet, but a family is a whole unit, right? And then it creates a lot of complications. And so I just want to congratulate you, recognize that it hasn't been an easy road, and that, you know, I recognize that you've been working really hard to make housing our folks permanently the actual goal, not just in shelters and things of that sort. I was also, you know, really not surprised, but just a lot of our families are just living in cars primarily, right? And you know, I tell the story about somebody that a mom that was in my. You know, we have parent conferences and things of that sort, and so the mom was saying, like, is my son doing well? Because if he's not doing well, I'm hanging on by a thread just to stay here and have him, you know, finish off his grade. And I think a lot of families are probably doing that, right? Just holding on to like a single thread, and that's their car. And you know, I'm going to reiterate, and even if I sound repetitive, it is what it is at this point. A lot of you know, I'm part of Hewlett, and so I recognize the trend has been Latinos. And it really saddens me because as a Latina, I know that we're multi-generational, so we're accustomed of living with a lot of different generations in one household, and if need be, we have another family coming in so we can make that payment on the rent or the mortgage. And I think if Latinos can't make it work, we're in trouble, because we are very, you know, we're very, in terms of creativity, to stay where we are and to maximize our spaces. And anyways, it really saddens me to know how many Latinos are in our streets. And I know that the city of San Jose is at the top, Gilroy is next, and then Mountain View, and Santa Clara and Sunnyvale. And you might have heard, I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the meeting, but you might have heard from some of the folks, advocates and Gilroy residents, that were very upset about the encampment that was cleared out by Valley Water. I recognize that we can't be the solution to everything, but knowing that we know that we have the second highest number of families, what is happening with the shorter term and maybe even long term strategies for gaps in Gilroy, because there isn't shelters in the same way there are shelters in other places. And when they cleared out Valley Water, the folks went to a county health clinic land, and then they were cleared from that land. And so they don't have a lot of options. We talked about Ochoa Camp being potentially an option, but that seems to be very complicated to get people in. And I just would love to figure out specifically for South County, what are some additional strategies that we can continue to use? You know, I'm getting a lot of calls, and I'm trying to, the mayor is very interested in working with all of us. It hasn't always been like that. And so it's very energizing to see that.
Thank you for your question, Supervisor. So the challenges we're facing in Gilroy are unique, but also similar to challenges we're facing everywhere where we don't have enough resources to meet the total need. However, we do have some specific programs in Gilroy. You mentioned Ochoa. Ochoa will open in mid-December, and we have successfully ran that as a cold weather shelter for families for several years now. So that will provide some immediate shelter for families for the cold weather months. We also are very interested in working with the city to expand the strategies that we have been working on. We in partnership with them on the public local housing or PLHA allocation support funding for South County services. But I think the gaps are similar in terms of prevention. We are serving folks from Gilroy in prevention. We're serving folks in shelter and in permanent housing, but still meeting the needs of the most vulnerable, and they're continuing to work to fill the gap to serve the remaining.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Ochoa, but the capacity there is for 100 units, and we have 1,000 homeless residents in a city of 60,000. So that's 1 in 60 residents who are currently experiencing homelessness. Ochoa Camp, only half of it, I believe, is available for winter. In winter, I'm cold at night. I live inside a house, and that's now. So what can we do to actually begin that sooner and to maximize the capacity?
Yes, so with the Ochoa, because it's it also serves as housing for migrant families, there are 2 limitations. One, we can use, but from the state restrictions, only 40% of that site for temporary shelter. So that's the first one. And the other one is state requirements related to not allowing the commingling of populations. So we can't use it, to the question about using it sooner. We're not able to use it until the last migrant families are out, which is why it doesn't open until mid-December. Those are both requirements of the state Office of Migrant Services.
Mm-hmm. I feel like there could be a solution, because I don't know if people are still harvesting in November, and I'm not a farmer, but I think a lot of the folks that I've been talking to are kind of done, right? The fruit that's coming in or the vegetables that are coming in are getting sorted and packaged, but not actually. Anyways, thing is that I don't know how many migrant families are still on board during that time. I think we need to take a look at what that in and out, of folks, so that if there is no commingling, or there could be a potential legislative fix to see if we can maximize the placement. And I don't, I'm not trying to make it very difficult, but I think I'd love to reach out maybe to Assemblymember Rivas and see if we can work with his office to figure out if there's something that we can work with the state on. And I'm sure that you've done this before in terms of trying to figure out, troubleshoot. If you could just walk with me on this journey, because there's a lot of folks who want solutions in South County, and I don't know what else to provide them. I don't know what else to do. There's nothing else except for some of the areas that we've already identified.
Yes, thank you. We have asked the question of the state before if there is flexibility, and happy to share the responses that we've received, and also provide any additional information you need in terms of demonstrating the need, that we would be able to utilize additional shelter and utilize it sooner. So happy to provide whatever is needed to your office.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, listen, I know you know this issue, and thank you so much for working with us and my team, our office, and the mayor of Gilroy. He has been very cooperative, very collaborative. And so I really want to thank you for all of the efforts. Sometimes we can't control our partners and what they're going to do with their land, but it impacts all of us. And so I'm going to make a motion to request administration come back to Hewlett, and I'm going to look to our chair of Hewlett in January with a report back on evaluating shelter options for South County for unhoused families and individuals, and to look at short-term and long-term strategies to fill in the shelter gaps in Gilroy, and to have deeper collaboration with the city of Gilroy, as well as more information on utilizing the Ochoa Migrant Center prior to the transition of all seasonal migrant workers to accommodate unhoused individuals. And lastly, explore options with Valley Water regarding Valley Water-owned land to accommodate unhoused individuals and families.
Happy to second that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
So is Ellenberg.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report today, KJ and Hillary and your teams and our partners that do this work to increase capacity and services for county families who are experiencing or at the risk of homelessness. Former Supervisor Cindy Chavez joined on my initial referral that sparked the Heading Home campaign, and I'm so proud of the work that has been done by all of you since that time. I did the easy part. And of course, as you mentioned in your report, but bears reiterating, since its launch, this campaign has helped 2,543 families with children secure permanent housing, and those families represent altogether 8,601 individuals who have been supported through this campaign. I'm, of course, now extraordinarily worried, as I'm sure you are too, that so much of this success is in danger of being reversed as a result of the actions by the federal government, which recently announced a shift of the majority of continuum of care funding away from permanent housing and into temporary shelter, which is counter to the county's primary approach and certainly counter to evidence-based practices and documentation of what strategies actually end homelessness rather than camouflage it or kick the can down the road for a few years. How are you thinking about strategies to compensate? Are you concerned that families that are housed now with the support of COC dollars or with vouchers are at risk of returning to homelessness? And what tools do we have, if any, to try to prevent or mitigate that?
Thank you, Supervisor. We certainly are concerned that that is a possibility due to the actions that HUD and the federal administration is taking related to our federal funds. The notice of funding opportunity, which is the way they are implementing some of these changes, is less than 3 business days old. So we're still digesting and developing that strategy, but certainly meeting with our COC funded partners, our other COC agencies, Destination Home, the Housing Authority, bringing folks together to come up with the way we could potentially be the most competitive, but also understanding this administration is communicating that they are not looking to fund projects that have demonstrated effectiveness like ours. What are the alternative strategies? So we're still in just early stages and working with partners to develop those strategies, but certainly share the concern and we'll be trying to do everything we can to keep folks housed who are currently in those programs.
And you obviously you have a clear sense of what I should not say it that way. we have a clear understanding of what dollars we are now spending to keep people housed. We don't yet have certainty around how much of that is at risk. I know with regard to the hospital system and our efforts around Measure A, enabled us to kind of think proactively about how we would fill some of that gap. Is what you're looking at with these partners, is what you're looking at including some kind of plans B, C, and D, even if they're not fleshed out yet?
Yes, those are discussions we're having.
Interestingly, this focus on increasing immediate shelter, while certainly will be necessary if we don't have funds for permanent housing, but is anybody analyzing the trajectory of these tiny homes, temporary shelters, transitional housing, if we stop building permanent housing, if all of that funding, whether it's continuum of care, Measure A, state funding, goes away, how long do we keep people housed in what we call temporary units?
Yeah, that's a great question. It is something we look at. For example, we track for those who are exiting temporary housing into permanent housing, how many of those are doing so with the assistance of a housing program, need some kind of additional assistance in order to be able to exit. I don't have the data at my fingertips, but know that it's over 50% of folks need some other either affordable unit, voucher, some kind of additional assistance that will make rent affordable to them and may need some ongoing case management as well. So it is something that we look at in terms of some people are able to resolve and become and stabilize on their own, but the majority need some longer term assistance.
Which means those folks will end up in circumstances of unsheltered homelessness again, that 50%, or alternatively, they stay in the temporary housing and the people that continue to lose their housing don't have anywhere to go. I obviously don't have answers either. I just think it's important to keep having these conversations on the record. I know that we will continue to mitigate as much as we can. I also know that we're going to see increases in homelessness, however you're defining it, over the next couple of years that really just push all of the brilliant progress that we've made back 5 or 6 or 7 steps, and it's hard to witness. So thank you for continuing to do every single thing that you can. Continue to lean on any of us to be helpful where we can, and let's get to 2026 and see if that helps.
Supervisor Abico, you'd like to know first?
Thank you, President Lee. Thank you so much for this report, and it's always great to see the wins that we've had in regards to addressing homelessness and affordable housing and the permanent supportive housing as part of affordable housing. I also appreciate the different charts that you provided. I know I brought this up before at another meeting. What I'm trying to understand, this chart, let's see, it's by the city breakdown of families housed and experiencing homelessness by city affiliation. And the blue line is those placed in permanent housing, the orange being experienced homelessness. Are these the same individuals, or are they potentially different individuals?
They're potentially different,
families,
although the experienced homelessness is our inflow. So that's folks who take the assessment and experienced homelessness. And then the placed in permanent housing, we're getting this data through HMIS, so most likely we are tracking their journey to permanent housing through their assessment. Sometimes, there could be like housing problem solving or something where, but in general, the placements are through the inflow.
Okay, and because what I noticed is in most all the cities, the placement is higher than the inflow, except for Mountain View, and that's what I've also brought up previously. There's something going on, and I know we're going to be meeting with the Mountain View city officials too about this to try to understand what's going on. I don't know if it is specific to Mountain View, but despite the incredible efforts the city has put in, the numbers continue to rise. And so I don't know if you have any enlightenments right now, or if it's something that we need to further study, but trying to just understand that abnormality.
Yeah, I think it's something we're happy to look into further, Supervisor. Placements are also driven by availability of housing and multiple factors. So I think it would be something we need to just talk with the city about or other residents about. But for most of these jurisdictions, those numbers are relatively close in terms of the percentage that are assessed in that community for housing assistance and those who are housed in that community, including Mountain View, they're relatively close.
They are, yes, but just that there's a higher percentage, even though it's only 2% of those who've experienced homelessness. And I would just note that in terms of just like housing development, Mountain View per capita has the highest rate, and so it's just perplexing that whether it's the availability or something is going on there. So I definitely would like to work with you to understand that better. But my other question was similar to Supervisor Ellenberg's about the continuum of care dollars and
for the report. Certainly, the numbers of what we've been doing in terms of preventing. Oh, sorry, I forgot that other light. Sorry,
I'll go after you.
Sure. Okay. So my question is, we've seen a lot of good work that we're doing in terms of helping so many families to prevent them from becoming homeless. But at the same time, if you look at the press, a lot of it is just focused on. Some call it the unsheltered homelessness, or I call it maybe the visible homelessness, right? Because a lot of the work that we're doing here is not visible. And I think there's that disconnect of why the county get blamed for, quote unquote, is doing nothing about. I mean, we've heard that being said by elected officials who should know better, and continuing that type of a mantra or dialogue. And I just want to raise that as an issue of how better can we do a better job of educating the public to make it more transparent of the work that we're doing, of how important this work is, because we don't have to preach to the choir. Everybody on the dais understand that, and you certainly do. But I think a lot of the public really don't understand that really important distinction of what we're doing, number one. Second is the fact that with the new federal administration for the past year, the withdrawal of so much of the funding of, in this case, HUD specifically, with those vouchers, I just want to get your sense how much of that is going to hurt the current voucher system that we've been able to provide, or are they going to potentially stop some of the current funding that's supposed to be already being awarded, that some of these vouchers will no longer be funded in the future, which of course will hurt our strategy, as Supervisor Ellenberg has mentioned earlier.
Thank you, President Lee. I will address your first question, and of course, KJ, please jump in. With regard to kind of communications and public information, as you know, homelessness is a complex topic, and as you rightly pointed out, first of all, many families are invisible in terms of their homelessness. So you see in our data how many folks are in cars or in shelter, which is better than on the streets. However, in terms of what the public sees, it's not generally family homelessness. I would point to the efforts that we have had so far and that are building with our partnership with the Office of Communications and Public Affairs around storytelling. I think each of these openings or groundbreakings is a success and something to celebrate, and also a way to tell the story of who we are serving and who those buildings are going to become home for or are home for, and the benefits of affordable and supportive housing for our communities and our neighborhoods. And we just had the groundbreaking for the Algarve apartments, and just such a vibrant neighborhood and the excitement around that. So I think that's a piece of it. And then I think a huge piece of it is our efforts around the community plan to end homelessness, which we will see more and more of kind of the public engagement and communications component of that in 2026. That said, it's a challenge, and I think we welcome all of the supervisors' input in terms of what is landing with people you're in conversation with in community, and what are kind of the consistent and pervasive challenges in that communication. So.
And President Lee, just to your question on the, how much is at risk? As I mentioned earlier, we're still analyzing what everything means in the 130-page NOFO, but just to give you a sense of the scope, our total community award is around $48 million. The county is not the only grantee. We're the COC lead. There are multiple other grantees, so we're working with them as well. But it funds permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, and a small amount of transitional housing. And that includes both supportive services. Some projects we're just using the federal funds for supportive services for families or individuals, and sometimes it's the rental assistance and voucher. But many of our projects are also paired with housing authority vouchers or other funding sources braided in. So that's the analysis that we're working on and doing to understand, how we can, put together a most competitive application, but also understand the impacts to plan for those.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'm glad you're still studying it, because obviously these changes are coming so quickly right now. I feel like everything everywhere all at once, just like the movie's title. But this is what we're suffering through right now, and the unhoused situation is certainly not getting better in terms of the funding side of things. So I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for doing this difficult work. And at the same time, I do want to mention, as you heard earlier this morning, there's the issue of the Gilroy, as pointed out, of those who were being swept. We have not really talked much about the building of more shelters per se in the South County. So I'm just trying to throw that out as one of those discussion points, maybe to get back with us. We do have some land as well, and especially the spot that's being swept, I believe, was actually county parcel. I would love to have a separate discussion down the road to see if there's something that we should consider as a potential solution of providing some type of housing or not, maybe not appropriate, but I certainly want to have some type of dialogue on that as well. And in so many of the parcels that's owned by our county, and there's been ideas about safe parking spots and whatnot, and I know we keep talking about it, but I haven't really seen a progress as far as our county is concerned of putting a safe parking type of a program, which I know has been successful in various cities, and whether or not it's something that the county should be involved with. I think that's something that's worthwhile to look into, to see if we could just provide more type of housing. Currently what we have done here in terms of permanent sort of housing is wonderful, but as we all know, with the drawing up of Measure A funds, we know that unfortunately is not going to be having more funds to do a lot of those important work. So I certainly do think there are other type of solutions that we also need to continue to look at in order to provide more of these opportunities in the future to look at, because we know that the tsunami of more on housing is becoming, given the lack of federal funding and whatnot. So I just hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's not like something that we're not aware it's going to come. So I think we really need to look deeper into finding ways to give our residents opportunities for finding housing in the future. All right. That being said, Supervisor Young, sorry about that.
It's all right. I turned off my light to cough, and I forgot to turn it back on. So, my bad.
Sure.
Thank you. KJ, Hillary, thank you always for your work and for your very thorough report and presentation. Some quick questions and a thought from me. So, the navigator type services at school districts seems key to helping families connect to various services. What do you see happening as schools, as districts pull back on the, for lack of a better term, the nice to fund programs like these and only focus on mandates because of their own budgetary constraints now? How much harder is the county's job in this against this new landscape? And do we know yet the approximation of costs that's going to be incurred with us trying to shore up the differences, or in terms of the contacts lost?
Thank you so much for the question, Supervisor. I think we don't yet know the approximate costs. I think what I would say is, obviously, everything is more challenging as school districts and other government agencies in the county. We all are kind of faced with these budgetary challenges and looking at our mandated services versus the kind of services that we fund because we know they work, but they're not necessarily mandated. That said, I think there's still a lot of opportunity in the collaboration and coordination with the McKinney-Vento liaisons in each of the school districts and that team at the Office of Ed. And that McKinney-Vento work is mandated. And so I think, kind of really trying to shore up those relationships and work in coordination with the Office of Children and Families Policy. We're really excited to have a new leader there that we're starting to meet with, and just making sure that we are really understanding the most dire need, because we have so much overall need, and where we can pilot some efforts, kind of building on the pilot that we have that, kind of the in-school case management may be at risk, but what is still going to be there that we can collaborate with, if that makes sense.
No, it totally makes sense. I think this is the time for exploration and innovation, right? It's always been that time, but now more than ever as resources continue to be clawed back. Given the difficult budget choices we're gonna need to make, does OSH have the data to compare programs using a constant metric, like some version of annual dollars to keep a person housed that would allow the supervisors to allocate resources in a way, just to know like where we can keep families housed, the most families housed for the least amount of money? I know that should not be the defining metric, because just housed for cost per family is not in of itself a signifier of success. But do we have some of those baseline metrics that can be constantly measured across the board?
Thanks for the question, Supervisor. We could do some analysis there. I would say we have been very successful in leveraging as many funding sources as we possibly can to support our housing programs, everything from prevention to permanent supportive housing. So while we have maybe an average cost per night, that's not necessarily all borne by the county, because we are leveraging multiple sources, federal sources or others. So it's an analysis we could provide or follow up on in terms of, if I understand the question correctly, just like cost per year per household.
Cost per year per household, and any other metrics that you think would be helpful. For example, the funding mix, right? Mm-hmm. If there is a cost attached per family per night house, but the majority, let's say 80% of those funds are derived from other sources, not county general fund, that I could see that being a program that I would want to prioritize, continue supporting, because of all the drawdown opportunities. So would love your thoughts on that. I don't want to give direction now that sends you on a wild goose chase for data on something that's still so amorphous, but really would love your thoughts and feedback in terms of what would be helpful metrics as we head into this very challenging budgeting seasons. And then the last thought I'd like to share, just, there's been talks about messaging, communication today. 2016 Measure A is coming to a close. It's a 10-year housing bond. I don't know if it's going to, I don't even know. It may not even be on this year's property taxes anymore. Is it? Is it still this year, or is it, this is like the last year? I mean, even if, whether it's this year or next year, all the money's been allocated. But not suggesting that we throw a party because the world's burning down, right? But I think having some type of closeout, summary, celebration, and then combined with some type of formatted geeking out, right? Where it's like with lessons learned, right? Implications of Measure A, like the, and then I think that would be really helpful conversation to put our narrative on the success that Measure A is. Also, the lessons learned in terms of, I feel like if we looked deeply into that, the case for another Measure A can be made for a housing bond measure. And then that could also be an opportunity to also educate and share, like, if there were additional funding sources of a certain amount, how many more units of housing can we unlock? How many more doors can come back online or can come online in half the amount of time or 3/4 the amount of time? Just because we've scaled up so much in the last 10 years, I don't see the next tranche of affordable housing, should it be built, being the same, on the same timeline as we did initially with this new lane that we entered 10 years ago.
It's also, I think, a really important time to take the opportunity to demonstrate publicly that we spent the money exactly how we said we would spend it.
Oh, we didn't. We spent it more. We did more. We spent it, yeah.
We over-delivered.
We over-delivered.
Yes, but we kept our promises.
We kept our promise. We kept our promise, and any deviation for the promises because you all over-delivered and built more and did more than what was originally promised. So doesn't have to be a party, but I'll bring the confetti cannons. But paper, so biodegradable. Yeah, not environmentally hazardous. But I think that's an opportunity to celebrate, but also to educate and define narratives and have a thought partnership in the event itself for what can future Measure A housing bond measures look like, or does it come in does future funding for affordable housing, because we need that if we're ever going to get out from under our homelessness crisis. It's a non-negotiable. What can that look like in the next iteration?
Supervisor, if I could just jump in real quick. I seem to recall that we might have gotten a similar request, and I just wanted to make sure staff could maybe first share what's already in the works, and then maybe see if that's going to be responsive to your request, or if there's some more that we need to do to both continue some of the work that I know they've begun, but also make sure that we add anything that may be additional work needed to be responsive to the question you just asked.
Thank you. Yes, we have a current referral that we're working on to come bring back in early 2026, first at Hewlett, and then we'll come to the full board. That includes sort of Measure A lessons learned. We're looking at today's financing landscape and what could components of a future funding source look like, and what those options might be. So that is in process and will be in early 2026.
I love that. And I would love your thinking, your thoughts about how we can present that in a very public forum in community and have that thought partnership with our partners or just external community members too. Thank you.
Okay. So I do have a quick follow-up question. I think we have always presented a report showing how well we've done in terms of providing how many vouchers and how many folks has been served. One area that I would like to ask to see if we could add to the report in our reports in the future is the number of folks that's actually, how many families and how many individuals are actually on the current wait list. I think that number will be helpful to see. If I'm looking at the wrong report, it should be elsewhere I'm looking at for. I'm sorry, Hillary, go ahead.
Thank you, President Lee. I just wanted to clarify which wait list.
Yeah, like for example, on our we call the here-
Community queue?
the community queue,
Okay.
right, exactly, yeah. So how many families and how many individuals are on there, number one, and two is the approximate wait time for somebody calling that day. How long would it take for them to get referred to some type of shelter?
Thank you, and that is a dynamic list. And,
Absolutely.
But we can certainly, I believe that our Hewlett report touches on that, but I can certainly, and possibly one of our, we certainly have the current enrollment, but I can look to make sure that we can include, at least at a moment in time,
Yeah,
what
meantime,
we
yeah.
have for the community.
I think
queue.
that would be helpful, and of course, it's nice to track this, I guess, at least on a month basis, or stuff every week or every day, but at least month-on basis, just to see the trend of how the problem's getting better or not. Yeah.
Yeah, and what we can say is there's an average of about 72 families per month who
Correct, in the
are
report.
kind of entering homelessness for the first time as we measure inflow through taking the assessment.
Right.
And so obviously that can change over time, but we can certainly look to.
Yeah, so if the
flesh that
inflow
out.
is getting more or actually is less, I think those are all very good info for how the trend is as far as the community homeless situation is. Okay, all right, I think that's all. I do believe we have a motion and a second. Yes, Rhonda? Let's go take the vote.
All right. On motion of Vice President Arenas, seconded by Supervisor Abigoga. Supervisor Abigoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, I think we are going to the final item for today, which should be an item pulled by Vice President Arenas for item number 36, recommendations relating to Psychiatric Emergency Response Team PERT. Go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you. The reason I pulled this item is because it is, I wanted to make a note that the cities, I think, that stepped forward, and while it's no criticism of them, I actually really appreciate that they took on the debt to, or the investment to include clinicians in their jurisdiction. It really leaves this option for cities to take on the clinician if they wanted to have PERT continue to happen in their municipality is based on resource. So only well-resourced cities can do this. A city like Gilroy or a city maybe like Morgan Hill, I think is a little more well-resourced, but certainly not Gilroy, both who have been interested for the last 2 years and been given the runaround for PERT, are not able to provide this feature for their residents. Yet they do have a lot of referrals coming into the juvenile justice system, and it is something that I'm wondering why we are leaving it to the cities to fund. Couldn't we, and this is something, oh gosh, James is gone. Well, Greta's here.
Greta's still here.
Oh, Greta. Couldn't we also take a look at the folks who also create more referrals to the juvenile justice system or to the justice system in itself, so that we can justify investment in some of those cities? What I'm worried about is that people of color will be treated and have a different experience than people who are not of color in a more well-resourced city. To no fault of their own, it's the municipality that can afford it, but that also creates an inequity in the engagement of law enforcement agencies.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective, and I think our the administration's original recommendation was to have a uniform system countywide that would leverage the structure that the departments felt was more sustainable to create a uniform process. I think given the prior direction from the board and now the response that we've gotten from the cities that are interested in funding their own positions, we'll continue to look for additional ways to partner with some of the cities that may have significant need for extra support when we're dealing with folks who are served by our mobile crisis response teams. Really lean into ensuring that our collaboration with those departments is high, and just continue to see how these two different models evolve. But definitely appreciate the point that you're making, and that was part of what was animating some of our original recommendations in this area.
Yeah, I was opposed to having PERT, the PERT program ended, and have it kind of transition to the MCRT team, because the focus gets lost, and I feel like I'm chasing my tail here, in terms of effort to incorporate this kind of engagement with cities. In this year, we lost somebody in our jail system who was misclassified, who had an interaction with the law enforcement, who was not, it wasn't a felony, it was I think a very minor interaction with the police. And because of that, if they have had a different kind of interaction, maybe they would still be alive. And so what I'm going to ask for is, I'm going to ask to see, because what I'm wondering, and I don't know that you can give me this answer, but I'll ask for it. I'm wondering how many people have a health response crisis that ends up getting involved into our justice system. And so I think what I'm going to ask you to do is to work with a public defender, with the support of the sheriff or the DA or in custody health, to report to the board with data on who is cited by law enforcement and whose citations are primarily a factor of psychiatric emergency. Now, that's granted that our jail system is classifying people correctly. But I want to get, Greta, I want to be able to get to the bottom of this, if you will. I want to know how many people are coming through our jails, coming into our systems, who have a psychiatric, who have had a psychiatric emergency or have psychiatric issues, because I think that can tell us where we need to create more investment. I don't know that we are really, the South County folks are using MCRT. I think the last time that I asked, the number wasn't very significant. I'll ask again and see if there are any numbers. Because I don't know if MCRT is actually co-located in South County by the time that folks get, I'm going to assume that they're in San Jose, right? Mainly based in San Jose by the time that they come. How many incidents has the MCRT folks responded to in South County?
That answer, I would need to get back to you. I know there have been some. I was looking at the data this morning, but it's a combination of, I know how many referrals are coming in, but then I also need to look at the client demographics and add up the zip codes of where they were responded to. But we do have 2 MCRT clinicians who are stationed in the South County. So they work out of our mental health clinic in Gilroy during business hours, and then when they're providing after-hours coverage, they also work from home. We're trying to find them an office space to work 24/7 right now.
But are they going out with law enforcement agency to respond to a psychiatric emergency or call?
They are available for that co-response when it's requested by the law enforcement agency.
How do the law enforcement agency know? Because so far they haven't been able to rely on behavioral health to be there for those folks.
Yeah, and I think our team would really want to hear that feedback and what those barriers are. In the data, we can see that there are referrals coming from both Morgan Hill and Gilroy PD, and that they're coming through our 988 line. We just recently stood up the back line so that law enforcement agencies, all law enforcement agencies in the county can directly reach MCRT clinician without going through the 988 process. And in addition, our law enforcement liaisons have strong partnership in all of our law enforcement agencies and can receive referrals directly that way.
Well, I really appreciate that. I would like to have an offline conversation so you can give me additional information. I refuse to accept a system that is going to create inequities and continue to engrave those in the way that we carry out our work. And so I'll ask for that information so that we can look at who is being cited, who's coming into our systems. And I don't know if you want me to repeat the motion.
Maybe I can repeat back to what I understood, and we can confirm that that's what you're requesting. It sounds like offline, the Behavioral Health Department will brief you on some more details, including some of the numbers responsive to the request you shared that it sounds like Megan has access to, Behavioral Health can brief you on. Separately, we can look at, as I understood your request, for folks who are coming into our custody in jail, and I think this would be a request that would go to custody health. Of those, based on the records that we can access, what percentage of folks may have had a psychiatric crisis in their history? And we'll figure out the best way to pull that information together based on the records we have access to.
Ultimately, what I would like to see is an opportunity for cities to have either an application, a demonstration site, something that we can help lift in their area, so that we can create a demonstration site, if you will, of maybe a potential per MCRT model. I know both Morgan Hill and Gilroy have been wanting one for the last couple of years. They've asked me, and for whatever reason or another, it just has not happened. Now I know it's not because of lack of folks who were hired, because I did get on the other end of this folks who were telling me they were applying, they were just not getting hired. So I don't know that it's a lack of applicants necessarily. I know that it was this transition into this MCRT. It still leaves cities like Gilroy, who are underserved, under-resourced, with very limited options. And so the only way that the law enforcement agency is going to deal with folks who have mental health crises is with the tools that they have. And you heard earlier that from the depression screenings that were happening with our Valley Health team, mobile health team, majority were Latinos. It's layered. This issue is layered. And so what I'm hoping is to get the data, to create, and so the second part of that is so that we can create some kind of demonstration site for cities that cannot afford to have their own per clinician assigned to them. I just don't know that, why would we create a system that has these inequities? You come to the east side of San Jose, you'll have a different kind of interaction. You'll go to the Mountain View, or you could go somewhere else up north, and not picking on Mountain View, but it's better resourced.
We don't have one.
It's just a better resource. You're going to have a different kind of interaction because we just don't have the clinicians there that are going to be able to afford that kind of experience. And so that will probably likely lead to having an interaction with our justice system. And if you're in our jails, you know how backfilled we are in terms of, how backed up we are in terms of getting folks into our courts. They're just sitting there. So we're going to put people of color into our jails so that they can sit there until their cases are heard. I'm just not comfortable with this. So anyways, that's my direction. I'm hoping that we can figure this piece out, especially for folks with cities that are under-resourced and have a lot of needs, and with behavioral health and our justice system.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, Supervisor Abikoga.
Thank you, President Lee, and thank you, Vice President Arenas, for pulling this. I am in complete agreement with you. I think the PERT program is valuable. I've heard from my cities that it is, and requests, from them to continue it. But going back to why this item is the way it is, my understanding was the original recommendation from staff was to completely eliminate PERT. And so then there were cities that were willing to pay for it themselves, and so that's why we're preserving those. But I agree with you in terms of the inequity, and in an ideal situation, I think at least maybe not every city, but the regions should be covered. So South County should have a PERT person. The West Valley cities had two, but those are going to be eliminated. And I don't know if two is needed, but at least one, so that all of the regions were covered, would be the scenario that I would like to see. Just budget-wise, we've been told we can't afford to do that, but my concern with this is, and there are other programs too, that there hasn't been much transition time. It's just been, we've had this program, we're eliminating it. And I'm really concerned about making sure this transition from PERT to MCRT works well. So I appreciate your request for information. I actually would like to get that for all of the cities, but I don't know if this comes under HHC or public safety, but I would like to ask for a report out, check in every quarter to see how this transition is working, because I do have a lot of concerns, and I've heard from my communities that concern as well.
Just to clarify the request, for some of our cities that have not had PERT, it's less of a transition. I think what I'm hearing is we want data reported on utilization of MCRT, kind of some of the variety of data that I think we brought back a couple of times around the different mobile crisis response teams, both those doing co-response with law enforcement, those going out alone, responsive to community requests for a non-law enforcement response. We can continue to bring back that data. We can also include additional information, which I'm hearing from your request and from Supervisor Arenas, about what feedback the department is hearing from our law enforcement partners who are utilizing each of the varying models. And, I will just reiterate, I think we have been doing our best to be responsive to kind of the variety of perspectives we're hearing and preferences from the different jurisdictions, from the different law enforcement agencies, some of whom I think were quite open to the MCRT model and have had positive experiences, some who had PERT wanted to continue it, some who are interested in establishing PERT, some for whom the financial component hit differently depending on their financial situation for the reasons that were just articulated. So it's been a little bit of a dynamic situation for the department too, but I think from a philosophical standpoint, what's animated all of the recommendations is really consistent with the feedback I think we're hearing from the board, and we've been doing our best to stay in alignment with that, which is to try and have as uniform an approach as we can countywide from an equity standpoint, but also from a clarity and simplicity standpoint. It's really hard in these emergency response type environments to have a lot of different programs, because it does create confusion. To also try and be responsive to some of the feedback we've gotten about wanting to make sure people do have that back door in, so they can not have to go through the same public interface that folks calling 988 have. We'll continue to refine that, and we're happy to adjust the program as needed in response to differing feedback from the board. We were trying to bring back what had been requested the last time that this item was the subject of discussion, and we'll respond to this latest request with the additional information.
Thank you.
Just a point of process, President Lee. President Lee,
Yes.
could we check for a second? I believe Supervisor Arenas made a motion, but there was no second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm happy to second
Yes,
that.
motion and second. Okay, yes, we're clean.
Oh, thank you. And let me just clarify that what I'm looking for is not just the data with MCRT. That is part of what I just recently asked. But before that, Greta, I was asking for the data that of those folks who were cited by law enforcement. So if we have to get it from custody health or the sheriffs, I'm guessing, or maybe the public defender, because that's where they end up, ends up representing them. But we don't have that data.
You were specifically wanting folks who have presented with psychiatric crisis?
Right.
Okay. We'll figure out what's the right data source and bring back the best data that we have access to on that.
Perfect. I know that PER is set to be eliminated, but I really think that before we say that this needs to go, I need to make sure that the program that has been set is the program that actually is needed, and not determine ahead of the board. This is part of what, the authority of the board is to provide direction to administration on the kinds of programs that our cities are telling us that they want and need. Yet this decision was made before we even had that conversation with our own cities. So it was predetermined for the board, is what I'm saying. Those kinds of decisions are the kind that allow for the board to begin to lose its authority and provide direction. So anyways, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion with a second. Actually, we have no public speaking, right, on this?
That is correct. We have no public speakers either on Zoom or in person.
Good, okay. Got motion and second. No further comments. Please take a vote.
All right, a motion of Vice President Arenas, seconded by Supervisor Abe-Koga. Supervisor Abe-Koga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of our meeting today for adjournment. Our next meeting will be on Tuesday, December 9th at 9:30, same place, same channel. Thank you to our clerks, our security staff, and administration for a good meeting. Thank you.